the January 28th, 2025 regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I'm Krista Nielsen, the Secretary of the Commission. I'm sitting in as chair tonight because our chair, Dan, is on Zoom. So I'll be managing this meeting. And the first thing we're going to do is roll call. Tom Benton.
Here.
John Engel.
Here.
Chris Herring.
Here.
Paul Knag.
Here.
Eric Knowles.
Here.
John Cruz.
Here.
Krista Nielsen. I'm here. Dan Radman.
Here.
Alan Swerdlow.
Here.
Christina Larson. Okay, absent. Megan Munching. Here. Yeah, it's a little tricky. You have to push the button hard. And once you get it on, you can leave it on for the duration of the meeting. But it is sensitive microphones. And Bill Pratt.
Here.
Thank you. All right, so the only person we're missing is Christina, and we have a full commission. So I don't think I need to seat anybody. All right. So members of the public, I see we have a lot of you tonight. Welcome. Our meeting tonight is going to be split into two sections. The first is the regular meeting and the second is the public hearing. So items that are in the regular meeting section will not be open to public comment. We do have 3 items this evening that are on the public hearing agenda for which we will take public comment. And that's 884 Smith Ridge Road, 3 Farm Road, and 82 Brookwood Lane. I may have just contradicted myself. Due to changes that were requested on 82 Brookwood Lane last night at the wetlands hearing, we are not going to be open. We are going to open that tonight and get a high level overview of this application, but we are not going to be taking public comment on it. So even though it's in the public hearing section of our meeting, we're not taking public comment tonight. And I just want to let you guys know that up front because the meetings can go quite late and I don't want you to sit here indefinitely waiting for that time. We will be taking public comment on Smith Ridge and Farm Road tonight. And if you are here to make a public comment on either of those applications, please wait until we say it's time for public comment. Raise your hand, either actual hand if you're in the room or virtual hand if you're on Zoom, and wait to be called upon. Then we'll ask you to introduce yourself, state your address, and you can proceed from there. So before we get to our first agenda item, I'm going to need 2 motions to make some amendments to our agenda this evening. First, we have the first selectman here to conduct our annual organizational meeting, and I would like to vote to amend our agenda to add this as the first item. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Seconded?
Seconded.
Great. And then the second item is that given the potential changes to the Brookwood subdivision, I would like to move them up to item 6 on the agenda. Like I said, we'll get a kind of high level overview of that project and then move 3 Farm Road, which is also the Waveney Care Center, down to item 7 and 8, which means that will be the last application we hear tonight. Can I get a motion on moving those items around?
I motion moving them as you described.
Okay, second?
Second.
All right, great. So let's start with the organizational meeting.
Well, it's nice to join the what's referred often to as the hardest working board in New Canaan. Thank you all for all you do for the town. It's a big job. It's a hard job and we all appreciate it. And though I don't often sit here and watch your commission meetings, I assure you I watch every meeting, usually on 1.5 speed. But I do watch everything that's happening here. So thank you. I know you guys put in an unbelievable amount of work for our community. So thank you. So I'll make this quick because you have a long meeting. I'm here to do officer elections. Could I get a nomination for the office of chair?
I would like to nominate Dan Radman.
Great. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
And do I have any further nominations for the office of chair? Seeing none, if I could get a raise of hands, and I guess we have some online members, so I guess you'll have to shout out. All those in favor of Dan Radman as chair, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, so that's Dan and Paul online. Is that the only people online? Okay, great. It's unanimous. Perfect. And then we need a nomination for the office of secretary.
I'll nominate Kristen Nielsen
Okay,
for office of secretary.
do I
I'll
have a second?
that.
Tom? Any further nominations for the office of secretary? Seeing none, all those in favor of Kristen Nielsen for the office of secretary? Please raise your hand and
Aye.
Aye.
so it's unanimous. All right, thank you all very much and look forward to seeing you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I can continue to lead the meeting.
Yes.
All right, so the first regular item on the agenda is 31 East Avenue. Upon application of 31 East Avenue NC LLC, owners for a site plan approval pursuant to section 612 to permit exterior renovations to an existing structure in the Village District in the Business A Zone at 31 East Avenue, map T, block 74, lot 99. Before I turn it over to the applicant commissioners, we're hearing this application because it falls within the Village District and therefore is subject to the Village District design guidelines. So let's keep our commentary and decisions on this one focused on what's appropriate in the Village District and those design guidelines that we have. All right, who is here to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Can you just make sure the mics are turned?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Alexeyev. This is Tamarayev, my wife. We are the owners of the property. Paul Hopper is our architect. So what we are into is renovating a 1910 four-family Victorian house. We're planning to have exactly the same use. Our goal is to update and restore the structure while maintaining its character. To give you, most of you have probably seen it, driven by it quite a few times, to give you a sense of what it looks like. As soon as I can get this screen to move. This is what the structure looks like from the front. It's the Victorian on the corner with adjoining commercial property, which we're not touching right now, but it is part of the property. This is what it looks like from the side. That's the Cherry Street side. And on the other side, you only see a little piece of the property, the upper right corner, because of the adjoining commercial property. This is what the property looks like from the back, the parking lot, and then the back view of the property with the fire escape. We are proposing to change gable dormer in the back with the green rectangle to a shed dormer to allow a little more headspace for a third floor bathroom. Because in 1910, they didn't value the bathrooms the same way we value them today. This is an elevation showing what the shed dormer would look like. If there are no questions, I'll keep going. This is the elevation showing what the house will look like from the front, keeping basically the same character. We are looking to update the siding. Right now, it's asbestos siding. We're looking to take that out in a proper way, replace it by hardy board. We're looking to replace the windows. It's right now a mishmash of original windows, some new replacement windows, none of them in great condition. We're looking to replace them with reasonably high efficiency Marvin windows. Looking to upgrade the insulation around the whole house, which will then allow us to switch from oil heat and window air conditioning units, which we don't think are very attractive, to central HVAC for each apartment driven by high efficiency heat pumps. We've done that before. It works really well in this climate. We think so the facade of the building from the street side is actually going to be much more the way it used to be originally, without air conditioning units sticking out. In terms of insulation, we are considering light gray tones, most likely light mist, which is what's shown in the picture. It's pretty hard to see in the picture. We have samples if people want to see. This is the gray tone for the insulation and, sorry, for the siding. And this is the sample of the window to match. For the windows, we're thinking gunmetal. We think hardy plank on the first floor, switching to hardy shingle above that, 5 inches each, and white trim all around. Pretty simple. That's pretty much it. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I forgot one other thing. We are planning to add 2 skylights on each side for additional light. You can see them on the side elevation here. And we would like to add 2 egress lights in the back windows for fire reasons. There are existing bedrooms on the 3rd floor, but there is not enough fire egress. So while we have an opportunity to upgrade the building, we might as well put the fire egress since it's the right thing to do. That's it. Questions?
I just have one question that I'll start with. Will the moldings and trim stay the same? I understand you're updating the siding, but the trim around the windows, any molding that's,
Everything is going to be refreshed.
okay. So you're not taking any of that out. It's going to look historic as it does now with the moldings and trim.
Yes.
Commissioners, other questions? Go ahead, Mr. Swarthout.
Is this building on any national lists, like National Historic Register or anything like that?
We don't think so.
1910, you said?
Correct.
Do you have any photographs of the original building?
No.
Do you have a sense of, on the original building, what the windows might have been?
Some of the windows are original.
Okay. but
They
they're
still have the counterweights on them. So here,
hard for me to see it. I can't, for some reason, pull it up on my computer.
here
Are
it
they
is.
1/2 or 1/1? I can't see that.
Some of these have been replaced. Most of them are 1/1. Sometimes it's hard to tell. It's a little bit of a mishmash right now.
It is, but you have original windows from 1910.
A couple of them.
And what are those? How are those configured?
I don't remember. 1/1s.
Really?
Other than the 3rd floor, which they have some muntins, some muntin patterns on the 3rd floor, which is a little more decorative, and a diagonal pattern.
Mutton patterns or actually mutton windows?
Actual muntins, yes.
Actual.
The
mutton.
single pane.
Okay. And when you replace those, how will you replace them?
We're hoping that Marvin will cooperate with us.
And we'll do
with-
something
with
similar.
In basically the same pattern.
With an actual mutton or like a false mutton?
It would probably be a simulated divided light, SDL. Yeah.
Any other questions, commissioners?
I just, so first of all, it's great to see you adaptive reuse here. It's a nice building. I happen to live in a 1910 Victorian as well, so I'm very familiar with these. So it was good to hear you say that you're going to do shingle on the 2nd floor and clapboard on the 1st, and just building on the sweep, you're going to maintain the sweep.
Yes, that's why we're
Transition.
switching to the shingle
Okay.
to
And
maintain
then,
that skirt.
yeah, it's a nice aspect of character, breaks up the facade. And then, you do have the diamond panes in the attic, and and on the trim, you have a nice porch in the front end, maybe with the skirting isn't as great, but are you planning to kind of maintain that front porch with AZAC and other materials that are, like, sometimes it can look a little inconsistent if it's shiny vinyl, but are you looking to kind of,
Yeah, it'll be cellular PVC.
okay. Okay. And then on the fire escape on the back, it looked like it was a little more sturdy and a little more symmetrical in the new design. Is that going to be changed, or is that?
It's existing. We're looking at, maybe making some modifications, but not right now. I mean, it's an existing situation. And we may be back to you with, another proposal on that. But right now, it's an existing fire escape. It will stay.
It's a fairly steep staircase.
Okay.
So ideally, if we can make it a little less steep, we'll try to improve it.
And is it going to be a sprinklered building?
No.
No, okay. Thank you.
This commissioner.
Oh, hold on.
Just,
Let me let
oh,
Commissioner
yeah, of course.
Cruz go, and then we'll come back to you.
Yeah, I'm pleased that the asbestos is going. I think that's a plus all around. And I'm sure you'll be disposing of it in accordance with the appropriate state rules for hazmat and so on.
Yes.
I'm also pleased that the window air conditioners are going to go. Sort of your comment that it returns more towards how it would look in when originally built, I would concur with, and I'm not wild about window air conditioners. I would echo Commissioner Herring's comments about the diversity of how the building is going to be skinned. I mean, I used to have a Victorian that was clabbered and then fish scale, sort of the different on different levels was quite fun. I'm okay with the skylights. I realize it's not quite Victorian, but they seem to be relatively unobtrusive. And I understand the fire egress, safety is certainly a prominent issue. So this would seem to be a upgrade of an older building, providing some additional diversity of housing in the town as well. What I'm hearing is very encouraging.
Mr. Swerdlow, did you have another question?
Yeah, when this was built, was it single family?
I don't think so.
No, it seems to be a two-family, the way it's built with two doors, stairs leading up to each side.
Well, coincidentally, I actually owned in 1909 post-Victorian as well. That was a two-family and looked very similar to this, though it was in Minneapolis. So, yeah, good project. Good luck with it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question.
All right, yes.
In the photograph, we see two peaked roofs, but in the drawings on the previous slide, it looked like a flat roof. So is the roof changing? And where is the peak and where is the flat part of the roof?
The roof, the reason you see two peaks is because the central portion is a little bit taller. So depending on which angle you look at, you see that central portion sticking out. That's not changing.
But on the drawings, it shows it flat.
So on the drawing, this triangle changes to a rectangle and becomes a shed like this, if you can see my pointer.
But the drawing in the upper right corner of that sheet,
And that just shows you a side view.
That's the ridge.
that's the ridge. So we're not changing the roof line, except for the shed.
The shed is a change, yes.
Correct.
Thanks.
We're
Commissioners,
trying to be the
Okay.
least intrusive possible.
can we vote on this one or do we have more questions? All right. Do I have any sort of motion?
Motion to approve?
All right, Mr. Swerdlow.
Commissioner Chris, second.
All right. And let me call that to a vote. Mr. Benton,
Approved.
Mr. Engel,
Approve.
Mr. Herring,
Approved.
Mr. Knag. Are you with us, Mr. Knag? We will skip him. Mr. Knowles,
Yes.
Mr. Chris,
Yes, I approve.
Ms. Nielsen, yes, Mr. Radman,
Yes.
This is Paul Kanag. I was having trouble unmuting myself. I vote yes.
okay. All right, and Mr. Swerdlow, you made the motion, but your vote?
Yes.
All right, unanimous approval. Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you.
All right. The next application is 78 Pine Street. Upon application of Sheila Chun and Jonathan Arabolos, authorized agents for Sanda Company LLC owners, for a site plan approval pursuant to section 4.4.c.1 to allow a change of use from a food shop to a dry cleaning drop-off store in the Business A Zone at 78 Pine Street, map K, block 139, lot 91. Hi, can you turn the microphones on? People on Zoom have a hard time hearing if those aren't on. All right, can you introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Jonathan Arabolis. How are you?
Hi, Sheila Chun. We're at 70 Pine Street.
Okay, can you please tell us about your application and what you're asking for?
Yeah, so essentially what we're trying to do is create an approved use space to sort of provide drop store services, more so to the people in town for dry cleaning, alterations, some bulky wash and fold, things like that.
Okay, and for the people online, the picture that's up on the screen is the same that the applicant has brought in person, I think.
The picture here, the only difference is we put some makeshift counters where they may go. But that's the only difference. The picture on the screen shows the removal of the wall and an additional door for access. I think to make it very clear, we're not trying to take a previously existing use, which is a dry cleaning plant with machines, over to this other space. This other space is proposed to be using a use that has been approved at other spaces in Business Zone A. For example, New Canaan Cleaners has moved a few times and has done a drop store at 12 East Maple Street and 278 Elm Street, both Business Zone A, Business A zones. We're trying to expand this so that we can have more services, more tailoring, more just additional services for the business, for the customers.
All right. Can I let the commissioners ask you questions?
Yeah, sure, please.
All right. Commissioner questions?
Yeah, I have a couple. So right now when I go into your store and it's on, I guess, kind of the eastern side, will that counter still be there for me to drop off my dry cleaning, or will I only be dropping it off in the new space?
No, the counter on the eastern part of the building will still be available. We need to provide more bandwidth for people coming in. We have currently 3 counters now. If there's alterations going on, it's very kind of constrained in that small space. And so we need to provide additional services to keep up with the demand from the people in town. And so we need more counter space. We need more of these things. So providing a drop store, I think, will sort of help that need that needs to get filled essentially. So that's kind of what we're proposing.
So I guess we have 2 signs, or you're just gonna have the one?
No, we'll have the one sign.
The one sign.
Yeah, on the eastern part of the building still. We'll take down that Maddie's sign.
Okay.
And then once, pursuant to all agreements and you guys' approvals and things like that, there'll be more expanded services there, tailoring services, counter services. The issue isn't necessarily what the store feels like now when you walk in. It's going to be in 6 months, a year. It's just going to get busier and busier. So we need sort of the space.
So I would go into, I would drop off the dry cleaning on the east side and then the tailor and alterations on the west side, or would there just be kind of one counter that you're going to take everything?
It depends. So currently right now we're set up with 3 counters. We can take, 7, 8 people coming in the store at once. We need expanded counters. We can offer both sides for that. We can also offer more alteration fittings, scheduled appointments and things like that on the the right side. And then also delivery processing. A large portion of our business comes in the form of delivery bags. You guys have all come in, I'm sure, and seen huge, just stacks everywhere. That takes away from the service of people coming into daily just to do their regular pickups and drop-offs.
And the door, just because I'm trying to look at the plan, the new door that you're going to add, and then there's another door and then there's a stair. Are you essentially opening a door? Is it your own?
It's an internal
space,
door.
or is it kind of like a door that's going to walk through like a common?
It's an internal door here on the back side.
So the way it works now is that this staircase is on with this store, with the current cleaners. So to be able to have access,
To the basement.
that door will also give access to the staircase and be able to go downstairs.
So you'll be able to go through.
Yep.
It's also better for
Not customers.
safety.
No, but you will. Okay.
Question.
Go ahead,
It's
Mr.
Commissioner
Chris.
Cruz. So the activities in the west side will be drop off of laundry to be cleaned, pickup of laundry that's been cleaned, storage of laundry to be cleaned, storage of laundry that's been cleaned, perhaps a table for a tailor, a sewing machine, thread, and other things that tailors use, and a dressing room. And that's it.
No dry cleaning machines, no heavy machines, no industrial machines, nothing that requires any sort of permitting for handling nothing like that. Just, we have pictures of mobile racks and things that we'd be utilizing to kind of shuffle clothes back and forth. things like that. Very, very light footprint on this one.
Understood. Thank you.
Just one question. So you do the dry cleaning on site on the east side?
Yeah, in the basement.
Okay. Other commissioner questions?
Yeah, and and I know I'm happy that you guys are going into that space because there shouldn't be any vacant spaces, and it's good that you're expanding it and keeping it active. My one concern, and it's from kind of a more technical zoning perspective, is the door that you're adding, right? Because as I understand it, the use that you have is non-conforming, right? It was allowed, pre the current regulations, it couldn't be allowed today, right? And in our zoning, if you have a non-conforming use, you can't expand it, right? You can have a new establishment, which is separate from a different establishment, but you can't expand a non-conforming use. And I understand that the dry cleaning activity will happen in, the existing space and won't happen in the new space. And it's, but it feels to me, and the way you've described it, is that it's going to kind of all function together as one establishment. And I don't think it's problematic from a precedent that we set in terms of somebody coming in the future and saying, oh, I have a non-conforming doctor's office in the apartment zone, and I want to have more clinical rooms. So maybe I'll just call I'll expand the building and call the eastern part a house and put a bunch of couches and stuff. But I'm able to expand my conforming use, and it all operates as a doctor's office. So I'm concerned of us approving something that has that kind of door in the middle that allows you to operate this whole thing as one space. Without that door, I'm fine with it. But with that door, I just think from kind of the way the zoning is written and the precedent we set in, having non-conforming uses and kind of allowing this little loophole because of that door. So that's my concern here. But otherwise, I'm happy that you guys are, taking over the space and populating it.
Sure. I think there's a couple distinctions. One, the lease and the entity, it's a separate lease. We're not combined. There's a lot of things that separate those units. The other thing is, if we were actually expanding a pre-existing use that's no longer conforming, we would be asking to do more dry cleaning over there by providing a drop store and allowing that kind of service. We're trying to keep certain retailers and previous approved businesses that have already been approved in business A in that use. The issue is also that the landlord has tried to stay away from a food kind of service because the parking has been a nightmare and actually kind of very dangerous because people are crossing, not looking. There's that corner where they're coming in off of Grove Street and the kids are going back and forth. And we've seen a lot of things happening on both sides. So we're trying to come up with something that's a lighter use, but also probably much safer. And most likely they will continue to use the parking spaces, but we're not putting someone else in that could potentially cause bigger issues.
Yeah, and I appreciate, I'm nothing against the use. It's just, it's from other people potentially coming and being bad actors and trying to do it through, it's that door that connects it. And I know it's a very, and it's us as a commission approving a plan that has that door that basically allows you to function for somebody from the outside to look as you at being one store or one, service provider and not two, which is the technical, I'm being stickler and I apologize, but the technical reading of the zoning. And so without that door, I'd be fine with it, but that's just my opinion. So,
I mean, that part, I mean,
go ahead, let me see. Listen, my name is Moon Chan. I'm owner of this building. We had, originally I built this building like 2023, 2003. Okay. This building have only 2 doors, both sides. Actually, second floor. This is second floor. This is space, they have a door together. So this hallway here. They designed this building like that first time. And then I have food store, I have a lot of problems. Yeah. First time is Tony's Deli, there was a business. We have a parking problem. It's too many shopping. Now, cross street, like a Tony Deli, all food, they parking 99% parking my parking space. And then my tenant have a problem to extend teenagers, high school kids keep coming. We have a big problem. And then I decide we're not gonna make no food. Make only cleaners, one tenant, much easier. You know, much very for town too. Okay, that's what we make like that. Would you please, one door, easy to access to the basement, getting into this way. Yeah.
We will not have any dry cleaning equipments or any operation in there. We're just simply using as a tailor section and counter place where we can do the tagging and markings for the delivery comes in and hanging some clothes. That's about it. That's a very simple operation that we're requesting it.
Commissioners, are there other questions?
I did, just building on the question of intensity of use, will the equipment in the basement on the side that has the equipment, will you be expanding the equipment and machinery capacity there?
No, you can't build any more space, so it's already kind of laid out the way that we could lay it out. We can't really reconfigure any other way, and I can't bring in any other machines to fit with any sort of pattern or any sort of sense.
Okay. And then from a signage perspective on the front, would the right side be, tailoring and fitting, whereas the left would be cleaning, or are you?
I mean, we haven't decided yet. We can, talk with you guys too to figure out. But
Yeah, we'd have to go through the sign permit process for that. But right now, the plan was to take down the Maddie sign and then just leave it.
The way it is with the Santas up on the east side.
Santa's already on where it is now.
Gotcha. Okay. I was just understanding from a branding perspective.
Oh, yeah, no, sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Commissioners, do we want to talk about this one? Anyone want to make a motion on this one?
Commissioner Chris, I move we approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
Commissioner Engel, I'll second.
Okay, let me.
You want reasons or do you have them?
Let's get some reasons.
I'll start with it. I see the intensity of use in the west side subject property is relatively minor. There will be no substantial equipment there beyond probably a sewing machine and some light fixtures. And I do not see the intensity of use of the entire property and dry cleaning being materially shifted by this. I see this as an amendment to an existing operation to facilitate customer flow in a quick manner. I'm appreciative of some of the traffic issues that can occur in that area. It's a popular food area. I hear you on that. Not sure much we can do about that, but I certainly do understand that.
Do you have anything to add?
No.
All right, let me call this vote. Mr. Benton?
Yes.
Mr. Engel?
Yes.
Mr. Herring?
Yes.
Mr. Knag?
Yes.
Mr. Knowles?
I abstain.
Okay, Mr. Chris?
I approve.
Ms. Nielsen, I'm no, because I also think this might be an expansion of a non-conforming use. Mr. Radman,
Yes, I approve.
Mr. Swerdlow?
Yes. Sorry,
Right.
yes.
All right, so that passes. And you are approved.
Thank you guys very much.
All right, moving on. The next item is 116 South Avenue. Pursuant to conditions of approval from special permit issued 8 August 2024, review of updated parking plan, landscape plan, and mechanical equipment. Commissioners, as you recall, we asked this applicant at 116 South Avenue to come back to us with a revised parking plan to show a visitor spot and logistics for residential deliveries. So tonight we need to confirm that they've sufficiently met that condition. Mr. Sweeney?
Good evening, members of the commission. Michael Sweeney, Carmody and Torrance, on behalf of Sillwell 15, the applicant. Harkening back to last August or September, commission approved a 4-unit multifamily project here by way of special permit. There were a few conditions that were attached to the approval. One was to see whether we could widen the parking area at the end, the terminus of the driveway, and make it a tad wider. I think that was something that Mr. Radman spoke with us about. There was a request to locate the compressors on the property. And there was also a discussion with our neighbors in the back, the DeFrancesco's, Nina and Ann. I'm not sure if they're here this evening, but we met with them several times over the past few months. Wes Stout, our landscape architect, met with them to come up with a plan that would screen the area sufficiently, but also permit more light to go through. It was actually an opposite issue that you usually see where you're looking for taller screening. They actually asked for it to be modified a tad so the garden that they have in their backyard would be sustained. So we did that, and the plan that you have before you shows the location of the compressors, a widened parking area, which is will accommodate 3 spaces now in lieu of 2, as well as the new landscaping adjustment made to the back of the property.
Commissioners, do we have questions?
I
Okay.
had a clarification just
go
on
for it.
the extended parking. You have a note in the plan that says permeable paving. Is that what I'm reading in the far end?
That's correct. And we did speak with our engineer, and I confirmed this with Ms. Carey, that we had our engineer take a look at it, Crescitas Engineering, and notwithstanding the fact that there's a tad more impervious surface by way of the widening of the parking area, the drainage plan that was submitted and approved by you will still accommodate that. So no modifications need to be made to the drainage plan.
Okay, and so I completely understand that. So the increase in permeable allows you to have a lower required Coltec capacity. And so does the permeable parking approach, probably pavers or some other permeable approach, does that encompass all of the driveway or just a subset? It doesn't seem to be demarcated.
No, it's not driveway, no.
Okay. So it's some subsection that you've added here at the end. It's just not. Okay, it wasn't clear as to where that started and where that ended. Thank you.
This Commissioner Chris, I have a question. There was a note from Ms. Carey about the proposed mechanical equipment location sufficient for compressors, but generators would not be permitted in that location. Any thoughts on generators?
My client's been speaking with the building department and trying to work out the best location for generators, should they elect to install generators. So we'll still be working on that and make sure that we can comply with the building code. So we have not located generators on our plan.
So in your application, there's no plan for generators. Should you change your mind, you would have to reapply and deal with whatever you need to address for that. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
One thing I did tell our neighbors too is that as we draft the condominium documents, I'll be placing a provision in there requiring the association to maintain the screening across the back of the property as well as the drainage facilities. And I'd say that for the record for our neighbors.
Apologies. One additional question.
Of course.
Just with the proximity to the neighbors, and I appreciate you working with the neighbors. It's something we always appreciate if folks can reach out to them prior to understand the concerns. One thing that sometimes comes up, in fact, we're hearing something tonight on the same topic, is light bleed into neighbors in terms of high floodlights, or I just didn't see, for example, in the same landscape architect's review of another app tonight, they actually have the light post locations and descriptions, et cetera. Can you just speak to the lighting approach? Is it going to be subtle, or can you?
We don't have to remember back to last September, because that was thrashed out at the public hearing that evening.
Okay.
My recollection is that there were no plans to put any spotlights on the building other than typical residential post lighting and doorway lighting, that sort of thing. So lighting was not an issue at the public hearing, to the best of my memory, because we weren't adding any floodlighting or spotlighting around the property.
I just didn't see it called out. Okay, thank you.
When building permit phase happens and eventually CO, we'll review, the proposals and then the finished structures to confirm there aren't any lights that weren't on previous plans.
Thank you.
I have one final question. This is Chairman Radman. The 3 parking spots that are in the permeable area, those are all dedicated guest spots. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, the condominium documents will provide that those spaces will not be assigned as a limited common element to any of the units. There'll be free spaces to share and share alike.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
We all set, commissioners?
Yep.
Do I have a motion on this application? I assume we need to take a vote. Okay. Do I have a motion?
It's Commissioner Chris, I move we approve.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Does anyone want to speak to rationale? We don't need one
reasons.
because they're coming back. All right. Well, then we will just do the roll call. Mr. Benton,
Yes.
Mr. Engel,
Yes.
Mr. Herring,
Yes.
Mr. Knag,
Yes.
Mr. Knowles,
Yes.
Mr. Chris,
Yes.
Ms. Nielsen, yes. Mr. Radman,
Yes.
Mr. Swerdlow.
Yes.
All right,
Thank you.
good to go. All right, so now we're moving into the public hearing portion of the meeting. I know I saw a couple people arrive a little after we started, so I just want to say again for anyone who's here for 82 Brookwood, we will be hearing it tonight, but we're not taking public comment tonight. So I just don't want everyone to have to sit around if you thought you were here to speak. But you're certainly welcome to listen. And the next item on the agenda is 884 Smith Ridge Road. Upon application of Alfred Delicata, authorized agent for John A. Marciano trustee owners for a special permit approval pursuant to sections 3.4.c.2 to allow for an illuminated batting cage in the 4-acre zone at 884 Smith Ridge Road, map 40, block 135, lot 12. Commissioners, as a reminder, we've heard this application back in October, and we asked the applicant to return to us with a photometric lighting plan, a landscape plan, and specifications on noise. We do have to close this application tonight, so we'll let the applicant, explain what they've done. And I also just want to remind everyone that the only reason a special permit is required for this project is because of the lighting. The batting cage in and of itself does not require a special permit. Okay. I'll turn it over to you, sir. Can you please state your name for the record?
Sure. Alfred Delicata for the application. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you. Do you want to tell us, I know you've submitted documentation, but can you tell us about the results of some of the work
Sure.
you've done?
Sure. I just have a couple prepared remarks if I could, and then if I'm ready to take questions if necessary. Obviously, we were here before in October, and at Mr. Knowles' suggestion, we prepared a lighting study. Based upon the lighting study that was submitted, we are amending our proposal to remove one of the light fixtures in its entirety and install shields as needed on the remaining fixtures. as indicated by Mr. DeMayo in his reports that are, I believe, before the board. In connection with some issues that were raised with sound, we have also submitted a decibel level report and multiple spots at the subject property. All the readings fell between 58.9 and 66 decibel levels. As submitted by opposing counsel in his letter of opposition, those levels fall between the range of normal conversation and regular street traffic. So we believe that any noise that may emanate from the batting cage is neither offensive nor actionable. We would also, I think one of the comments raised in the October meeting dealt with time parameters. So we would like to suggest that we cut off any activity at 10 p.m., which I believe is in line with some of the other uses that this board has granted. That's pretty much all I had right now in connection with the comments and the reports. I have Mr. DeMayo available. Excuse me. He's participating via Zoom. So if there are any particular questions, I would, offer him and his expertise.
I just have one question. Did you see the letter that came in earlier this week from the neighbor with some requests?
Yes, I did. I believe we addressed, they had sought 9:30, but, as we mentioned and discussed at the last meeting, 9:30 in the summer is a little short. So I believe 10 o'clock is sort of a good compromise on that issue. I don't recall the other issues.
They talked about installing a row of 10-foot evergreens along the property line.
Well, I'm cognizant of that request, but right now it's obviously the winter time, so it's a little bit, it's undergrown right now. So there is a substantial buffer that exists in the intended use time that we feel would provide a sufficient shield between the batting cage for both light and sound diffusion. So, it's unfortunate that we're doing this in the middle of winter where there is no vegetation, there is no growth, but there is a substantial natural barrier there that exists. I don't have any pictures of it, unfortunately, because we didn't think we would need them, from before the meeting and before the application period. But there is a substantial barrier that exists naturally.
Other commissioners?
Question, when you did your decimal study, was that wood bat or aluminum bat?
No, it was composite and wood.
Composite and wood?
Yeah, no aluminum bats.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Knowles. I have a question, I think, for the engineer on the lighting. Just some of the foot candle readings in your report, I was kind of confused, particularly on I guess it's the last sentence on the first page. The readings at location 3 are nominal and below most standards, but then when I look at the table, it says they're 0.08, which with respect to location 2 was too high, and so you put a shield up. So I'm just trying to reconcile those two statements.
Yes, sir. So my name is James DeMayo. I'm a professional engineer. My company name is Connecticut Aerial Drone Surveys. My address is 1 McConney Grove. Yeah, so the difference between those two locations is one is tenths and the other one is hundredths. So there's 0.08 and 0.8. That's so it's a factor of 10 difference. Typically this is a very unique situation. Normally all my lighting plans have to do it before something goes up. So during a photometric plan for lighting, what you will typically see is to the nearest tenth. So at location 3, I wasn't even reading a tenth. All of the readings were below that. So it's very negligible. And just by installing, I believe, just by installing the shield, that will eliminate any trespass at that location.
And the shield's on all lights or just
Yep. So there are currently four light locations. The first light that I have on my sketch, that light we are proposing to remove entirely. That is the cause for the highest foot candle trespass at location 2. So it went from 0.1 to 0.8, so a 0.7 foot candle increase. Again, this is pretty low. It's not even 1 foot candle. But when what we did is we covered that light so that we could test it, and it eliminated it completely. So that eliminated that location, and then the other location 1 and 3 had, again, very minimal light trespass, which I believe will be handled via the shielding.
Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Swerda.
How is the shielding composed? What size is it? How is it attached? And what percentage of the light will it actually cover?
So what the shielding is meant to do is it's meant to, the easiest way to describe it is if you think of a lot of old school floodlights, what they end up with is they ended up with like a bulb at the bottom. So it projects the light all out and around. All the light standards now is you want full cutoff, so the light is recessed below the edge. So this way it doesn't go out to the side, it can only go down on an angle. Now, what these shields do is they actually affix to the lights themselves and hang down below. So what it's doing is it's directing the light. It's not allowing it to go out on an angle anymore. It's focusing all that light straight down. So these are typically made of plastic or aluminum. Typically they match the same material of the light housing themselves, and they just affix right to it. They bolt right to it.
So is the shield itself 100% opaque?
Yes. Yeah, it is solid. Yeah. So it's either solid plastic, aluminum, painted, it's something that light cannot get through.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
There was a picture of the shield also submitted by the architect. I'm sorry, by the engineer.
For some reason, I can't get the document.
Can I come up?
Another item that I saw outstanding is that I don't think the town engineer is fully satisfied with the drainage.
That is correct. I did speak with the town engineer this afternoon. I have every confidence that we're going to be able to alleviate any concerns that she still has outstanding.
So you'd be comfortable with that being a condition of approval too, us putting a time frame on the drainage getting worked out with the town engineer?
Yeah, I mean, it could be part of the condition of approval. There's no concerns with that.
Okay. What do you think a reasonable time frame would be?
I would say it would follow the condition of approval in order to make the approval valid. This way, I'm hesitant to just put a timeline on it just because it is back and forth. But I mean, I'm confident with like a standard condition of approval, though. I don't know about putting a timeline on it. So technically, the permit wouldn't be valid until it was done.
Okay, I'll defer to the planner on that, whether we need a timeline.
So I mean, for us, I think it's more there's a concern about enforcement because this matter was brought to our attention almost a year ago that we've been trying to resolve it. And it's not only the lighting issue, but whether the lights get approved or not, the batting cage is still there and this does need to be done. So it was my recommendation to maybe put timing on it just because this has been going on for over a year and we do eventually need to bring this to a close.
Mm-hmm. Do you think a 6-month time frame is reasonable? I mean, it shouldn't take you 6 months to get approval on the drainage, but
6 months is plenty more than as long as we don't say like 2 weeks. We should be okay.
Okay. Other questions, commissioners?
This is Chairman Radman. Did I hear the applicant correctly? The shield would be placed only on one of the poles or on all of them?
So there's 4 lights currently set up on the property, 1 through 4. I numbered them. Number
Yeah.
1 is going to be eliminated completely. We're going to remove that light entirely.
Move it
And-
entirely,
Yep,
okay?
and then lights 2 through 4. So all the remaining lights will get these shields.
Okay, got it.
Okay, are we good? All right, we need to take public comment on this application. If there's anybody here in the room that would like to speak, you can either come to the microphone at the table here or up to the podium and use that microphone. Either one is fine. And please just state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Frank Mercedes. I'm the next door neighbor, 866. I've been dealing with this for a year. Okay. Cracking baseballs. This thing is a Yankees Shea Stadium commercial batting cage. And it's 50 feet from my dining room window. And they come and start cracking these baseballs. Now, you know, my family's in the construction business since the 20s. I've been out in the field. I know what noise is. I raced motocross. I rode snowmobiles. I went to rock concerts. But when you're sitting in that house and you hear the cracking of that baseball, there's nothing you can do. If somebody in this room can tell me what I can do, then I'd like to hear it. Okay. I complained and nothing's done. Apparently Darien has a noise decibel limit during the day and at night. We don't have one during the day, but we have one at night and it's at 7 o'clock. I understand it's 45 decibels. Now, I don't know. I heard 66 decibels. What does that do? Does anybody ask that? I don't know how they're going to crack baseballs at 9 o'clock at night. I don't understand that. You have to listen to the sound of those cracking of those baseballs. It's that simple. What do you do when it's 50 feet from your dining room window? I don't know. If somebody can tell me, I'll do it. If I could go outside and jump in a lake and hold my head underwater, I would, but I don't have a lake. So I'm a hostage in my house. It's that simple. And I'm not a librarian. I'm not thin-skinned, but I cannot listen to that. I cannot listen to that. And not only was it bad during the day, when I heard that they want to put lights on and go out there at 10 o'clock at night and do this, how is that possible? I don't understand what's going on with this town. My family's been here a half a century. I never had a problem with a neighbor before in my life. Like I said, we ride motocross bikes and things like that, but we do that up in Vermont or we do that at a track. We don't do that to our neighbors. I'm just sitting here, I don't want to raise my voice, but I mean, I've been dealing with this for a year. I don't know what's going on with this town. This is not the place for a Yankee Shea Stadium commercial batting cage. It's not the place. 50 feet from my window. He set it up. He didn't put up a permit. You probably spent $45,000, $50,000. You should see this thing. Do you think he put up any sound insulation? Nope. Would he put up any trees? No. He just threw it up there and started cracking baseballs. Then he turned the lights on and it illuminated the whole area out to 123. You think that there was a bazaar going on. And they shut that down immediately. That's why we're here. But the light, they were turning the lights on the other night to do light testing. And I heard all this, but it looks like a big wall of light. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on here. It's not appropriate. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the room that would like to speak to this application? Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to speak to this application? Okay, it doesn't appear so. Commissioners, like I said, we do have to close this application tonight. I've heard, I think, some ideas for proposed conditions, and I just want to make sure everyone is on the same page before we close it and we ask any more questions of the applicant that we need to, so that we are clear when we go into deliberation. I've heard that they're removing one light, which was recommended by the engineer, which is light number 1 on the diagram. They're going to put shields on the remaining lights. We've discussed a time limit, although I'm not sure it's totally settled. The applicant has said 10 o'clock at night, and the neighbor, I believe, has requested 9:30. They've agreed that they would meet the drainage requirements in 6 months or less. And up for debate is whether the applicant needs to provide some evergreen trees along the property line with Mr. Mercedes. Which the applicant doesn't seem to be interested in. Is there anything else that you guys are thinking of that we need to run by the applicant before we close this? All right.
Would the applicant, this is Chairman Radner, would the applicant be agreeable to a earlier termination of activities at the batting cage instead of 10 o'clock, 8 o'clock, for example?
Well, I think 8 o'clock in the summertime, Mr. Radman, is sort of self-defeating for lights. You know, there's really no need for lights at 8 o'clock. So if we're gonna have a
Understood.
lighted-
I'm not referring to the lights. I'm referring to the activity in the cage.
well, I think they're sort of hand in hand, aren't they? If we have lights.
Not
in the
necessarily.
summertime, It's not dark at 8 o'clock on a
understand.
summer evening. So if you want to utilize the cage, you know, it could still be light at 8 o'clock. So if we wanted to have lights, the whole purpose of this permit and the arduous process that we've gone through is to get the lights, and the lights would be used in the summertime.
But the
And
lights would allow you to use it in the fall or in the early springtime when it's, you know, only light until 6 or 7 o'clock at night.
well, I think we have temperature constraints that would sort of cut against that use. We're not really interested respectfully in 8 o'clock in the summertime. I'm sorry. It's, you know, it just doesn't, it cuts against the whole purpose of why we've been here, you know, all the work, the engineers' work. If we wanted to go at 8 o'clock, we could have probably just done it, excuse me, just as a matter of right, without a need for a special permit.
What's our option to reject the permit entirely?
I think we have that option. We just have to make sure that we have decision criteria to support that.
But we'll only be rejecting it for. But we only, as a commission, can reject the lights. We can't reject the activity. That's what I've heard.
Correct.
One further thing in connection with the screening, I guess. The applicant, the homeowner, is considering a fence, a barricade fence along the property line. So that would be in lieu of the suggested trees, I guess. So I think that would be, you know, a sufficient barrier to offset probably or eliminate all of the light effect that travels.
What would be the material and what would be the height of the fence?
It would be in you know, in compliance with the town code, obviously, PVC, you know, barricade style fence.
Oh, this is Commissioner Chris. If there were a fence in lieu of trees, trees tend to be much higher, taller than a fence, at least an allowed fence. And so it would be hard for me to understand how the fence would address the light trespass issue, given the angles. I'd have to see some diagrams to see exactly how that would work. And my initial sense would be it probably wouldn't. I'm just not sure how to evaluate that on a fence that we haven't seen dimensions of at all.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, the fence would indeed restrict the light trespass. So the way the light readings are taken and kind of observed and written in the regulations, it's all about like at the property line, pretty much at ground level. So if there's a 6-foot fence, it will eliminate.
Where is it written that it's at ground level?
That's typically basically the standard.
I don't see it written.
All right, so this in your code, it may not be written. It's kind of like one of the industry standards. I know my readings when I took them, I did take them from ground level and 4 feet up, and they were the exact same either way. But a 6-foot high fence would eliminate that any trespass as well, because again, we're still proposing the shields, which will again direct all the light down away from away from the lines anyway.
How tall are your light poles?
The light height ranges anywhere from 10 to 12 feet off the ground.
And the barricade fence you're proposing, the 6-foot barricade fence would be in what location relative to the property line?
At minimum 6 inches on the inside of the property line. So it'd be
So effectively at the property line.
effectively at the property line, yeah.
So, okay. So the problem we have, and we've had this issue on other applications like the New Canaan Country Day School, Field Club, et cetera. It's less about the actual measurement of the light at the property line. Sometimes it's a problem, other times it's not, but it's also the perceived light. When you have a 10 or 12-foot pole up in the air with a light emanating from it, even if you have a shield directing it down and not radiating out, according to that shield that you have, that it's a 3-sided shield. It doesn't look like it's going to be very effective for the back side of the light. I'm not really sure which way it's going to be shielding the most. It doesn't really explain how it's positioned on the light. We don't have a picture of what the light fixture head is. So hard to know if there's going to be any perceived light bleed to the neighbor's property.
So I will also say all of these the 3 remaining lights, the 3 lights to remain, those are all fixed on a tree or on trees, and they are all on the other side of the trees. So they are on the applicant's house side of the trees themselves. So yes, the shields will only cover 3 sides of the light, but there's a tree blocking the 4th.
Okay.
I believe also that we have pictures of the light fixtures as
Where?
part of the original application we had submitted. I believe 9 to 12 pictures. I don't recall the exact amount, but they were part of the original application.
They're posted under
From October?
Yeah, they're from the 2024 applications tab. I think it's dated October.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I don't see any fixtures. I see pictures of the light.
Oh, yeah, there were only photos submitted. There weren't like
Okay.
factory specifications.
Yeah. Yeah, those are huge lights.
In lieu of the fence, then if to get the approval, we would then submit a, if you want to make it a condition, then we would plant the trees as requested. Then if that's going to be the solution, we'll put the trees up then in lieu of the fence.
Got a question here.
Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Swerdlow.
So I am a bit confused about this because the lights do 2 things. They light the court, or light the Fulton Court, and but they also allow for it to be extended, the activity to be extended to a certain time period. And I think from what I've heard, that's what the issue is to the neighbor. Even more than light bleed or the light as an issue in itself. Am I correct in that?
Well, I think Mr. Merced was quite vociferous in his opposition, and what his position was. It was the crack of the baseball. So I don't know how we satisfy Mr. Merced with regards to, the crack of the baseball. So if we cracked baseballs at 10 o'clock, that sounded like it would be offensive to him based upon the proximity to his house. So, if we had suggested 10 o'clock because I was under the impression that that was sort of the cutoff time for nighttime activities within the town, and that was sort of tied to other applications for special permits for illuminated outside uses. If you want to split, if it's a 9:30 cutoff, I just don't understand the 8 o'clock as suggested by Mr. Radman. But, we're trying to do everything here to be in compliance, to be good neighbors, to, expend certain sums of money in connection with the obtaining of this permit. So I understand that the lights obviously extend the use, but the use, at least according to my opinion from Mr. Merced, was the sound, the cracking of the baseballs 50 feet away in his dining room. If he wished he could jump in a lake, you know, that could happen at 10 o'clock, 4 o'clock, at any point in the day. So it's just a little bit into the night, perhaps, that we'd like to use the batting facility. And again, this, you know, we're not training there. We're not having, you know, tryouts. It's not a major league team. It's 2 children. You know, one of them is almost college age. And then it's going to be his sister who would pursue the batting cage usage for softball usage. So it's not like, you know, there's small children. There's not 5 children in the home. It's 2 children. And like I said, one of them is, excuse me, almost of college age already.
So I guess in the letter that the neighbor presented, there were 3 conditions. Would you be willing to accept all those 3 conditions as stated, right? It's the installation of the 10-foot evergreens, cessation at 9:30 p.m., and then that all lights be shielded. Would you be able to accept those as conditions of the special permit?
Well, it was our suggestion for the shield, so obviously that's a yes. I initially requested the 10 o'clock cutoff, but if it's 9:30, you know, I don't want to quibble with the board for a half an hour. And the last condition was, I'm sorry?
Requiring installation of a row of the evergreens.
Sure.
Okay.
The only concern that I would have is you indicated 10-foot tall evergreens. That's going to be very, very expensive to plant along that property line, to plant them at 10 feet high. You know what I mean? So if we planted something shorter that can grow, I think that's far more amenable.
Question about the evergreens?
Okay, yeah, and then I would like to wrap this up. I think we've given it a
Yeah,
lot of
I
time.
think
And
we make
Mr.
a
Swerdlow, when
motion
you
to
speak, can you please turn your microphone
Oh,
on and
I'm
speak
sorry.
into it?
Can I make a motion to reject the application?
We're not,
voting right now.
Not
We
voting?
will
Okay.
vote later in the evening.
Thank you.
The evergreens were proposed at 10 feet tall. What about their position on center to each other, and how many are there?
so I mean, that was recommended by a neighbor. So I think if the commission decided that that was a condition they wanted for approval, it would probably be phrased in a way where a plan would have to be submitted to me for
Okay.
administrative approval.
So there's no plan or understanding about that, just a discussion of 10-foot tall evergreens. There could be 2 of them, for instance.
I believe the letter said 10 foot.
It says 10-foot
don't
tall
have that in front of
evergreens,
me.
10 feet on center along the Merced's property line.
So they're 10 feet on center. That's the answer to my question. For some reason, I can't retrieve the letter, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Commissioners, are we good?
I have one final question. Sorry.
Oh.
One
Keep
final
trying to say
question.
it. You keep getting in there, Mr. Radman. Go ahead.
I do. The applicant, what is the season for use of this? You mentioned temperature constraints. We're discussing visibility and lighting constraints because of twilight and darkness. What is your expected use period? Is it April through October? Is it something different?
I would submit that would be when it's seasonably temperate outside to make it not onerous to be out there. If you had a 45-degree, 50-degree night in January, and there was some training or some purpose to be out there, perhaps. So I think it's more, you know, an ad hoc basis as for when the cage could potentially be used. You know, really driven by the temperature. I don't want to say April to November, you know, because that takes out March, where you could have mild temperatures, where the cage could, you know, intended to be used.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to try and say it. This application is closed. I got it in there. All right, this application's closed. We will vote on it later in the evening.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, moving on. The next item on the agenda is 82 Brookwood Lane. Upon application of Amy Zabatakis, Rucci Law Group LLC, authorized agent for Brookwood Hills LLC owners for a 9-lot subdivision of 31.7932 acres of property located in the 2-acre zone at 82 Brookwood Lane, map 33, block 41, lot 4. Commissioners, as you know, this is a subdivision application. We don't get a lot of these. As Planner Carey pointed out in her planner's memo, the lot area, width, size, and density comply with the zoning regulations, and our job is to confirm that the subdivision meets the relevant subdivision regulations. And also keep in mind, we're going to have an intervener on this application, which we will not be hearing from tonight, but we will hear from at future meetings. Ms. Zabatakis, I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Amy Zabatakis with Rucci Law Group. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Brookwood Hills LLC. I'm joined by Jim Hoffman and Adam Scherer, who represent the owner over this way. I'm also joined by William Kenny, the project wetlands consultant, and Len DeAndrea, the civil engineer on the project. However, as discussed, I don't anticipate any presentation tonight from Mr. Kenny or from Mr. DeAndrea, but they are here if there are any questions that the commission would like to ask them today. Let's see. Let me just make that full screen. Okay, so what we have here is the existing conditions on the property. It is a 32-acre parcel on Brookwood Lane in the 2-acre residential zone. They're currently, so there's a lot of topography on this map, so it's a little hard to see, but there is a house on the property and a number of driveways, particularly a driveway that goes all the way along the east side of the property and back around the pond. I know a number of you went on the site walk with us on the 23rd, so hopefully you're somewhat familiar with the site. As discussed, the proposal is to subdivide the property into 9 lots with associated open space. This is the subdivision map that's part of the record. My clients and their team have spent months carefully designing this project to adhere to all of the zoning regulations, environmental standards, and meet the requirements of the subdivision regulations as well as the wetlands commissions. We first started discussing the project with the town in August of last year before my clients completed the purchase of the property. And they've been sensitive to trying to develop the parcel in a way that also protects the wetlands and other environmental features on the property. The lots as designed are all larger than the 2-acre minimum from the zone and do conform to the town's zoning and subdivision regulations, as was confirmed in the staff report. I can also confirm that the health department has approved the lots as viable for septic and well, and the town engineers approved the improvements to the shared driveway, which we'll discuss in detail as I go forward. My clients have also been working closely with the town fire marshal, and I'll go through a couple elements that have been added to the plan at the request of the fire marshal. I should note we are not at this point proposing any development of any individual lots. This is simply for the subdivision. There is a site plan that's been provided as part of the package that does show possible houses, septic, well locations, and driveways. But that's just to show that these lots have been designed in such a way that they can be developed. We are not asking for the approval for any of these, the homes or the driveways or other improvements that are shown on the site plan. So the property has approximately 1,800 feet of frontage on Brookwood Lane and a deeded access way off the cul-de-sac at the end of Brookwood Lane. Sorry, I tried to make my cursor big and I turned into a weird hand. Hopefully that's not too distracting. We've got 4 lots with frontage and driveway access off of Brookwood Lane. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's currently a curb cut off of Brookwood Lane near the location of Lot 4, so we'll only be adding 3 new curb cuts for those driveways. However, as I stated before, the location of those driveways is up to determination when they are actually developed. The next 2 lots, 5 and 6, have a legal access way onto Brookwood Lane at the end of the cul-de-sac. However, what we're proposing is that physical access to these properties, to these 2 lots, 5 and 6, be off of the existing shared driveway or the existing driveway on the eastern side of the property, which will become a shared driveway. And that is because, and you can see in this plan, it's a very heavily wooded area along this access way, and we'd really like to be able to retain that buffer to the neighbors on that side of the property. There are, as I said, there's an existing driveway on the east side. We are proposing some modifications to that driveway, and I hope you'll forgive me. This is actually my markup of the map, so it's not as pretty as something an engineer would draw, but we're going to work with it. The existing driveway, which is what you see in blue, is particularly in the area that we're talking about, this lower arc, is approximately 14 feet wide. It runs from the entrance at the stone columns all the way along the eastern side of the property. And that was the area that we walked along during our site visit. The proposal is to widen the driveway to approximately 18 feet. At the entrance point, sorry, I can't really show because there we go. At the point where it enters Brookwood Lane, the entrance has been changed. That arc has been changed slightly because the current driveway goes up in sort of a sharp turn, and that was something the fire marshal had asked for. So that arc has been smoothed out, but then it meets up with the existing driveway. And like I said, it does widen it from the 14 to 18 feet, but does follow the line of the existing driveway. All of the other driveways that you see on here, for example, the driveway to the caretaker's cottage, which is also another entrance off of Brookwood Lane, that would be removed. That entrance would be closed, and these other driveways would all be removed. The proposed new driveway would culminate in a cul-de-sac, and at which point there would be a turnaround for emergency vehicles. I'm going to go back now to the subdivision map just to show a couple other features. As I mentioned, we've been working pretty closely with the fire marshal. That cul-de-sac turning radius is something that had been discussed with him. The other element that's been discussed is providing access to the pond with a dry hydrant for a source of water, which would not just be for this subdivision, but also for other lots in the area. That access is right here between lots 9 and 8. It wouldn't be a paved easement, but there would be a grass easement area that would be kept clear of trees, et cetera, so that the fire trucks could back up and fill directly from the pond. Let's see. We are looking to see if there are any other ways to provide access to that pond for the fire marshal, either from Brookwood Lane, either at the entrance or from up top. There is, if you look at the topography on the existing conditions map, there's a pretty steep slope, so I'm not sure that'll be possible, but that is something we're continuing to work on with him. The last feature of the subdivision that I want to review with you is the open space. So you'll see that there is open space provided along the eastern border. I should say, I just sort of started talking, but just for orientation wise, because of the shape of the property, north is actually to the right. This is north, this is south. So on the eastern side of the property is where we've proposed open space. There are also some conservation easement areas as well. what we're showing is the, only the required open space to satisfy the subdivision regulations. What's not shown on this map is my clients do intend to supplement the open space and conservation easements with additional acreage. We've been working on that with staff in both wetlands and P&Z, but we don't want to cause any confusion. As I'm sure you're aware, the New Canaan regulations talk about a percentage wetlands within the open space. So once we make the open space bigger, if we end up with any wetlands, we mess up that percentage. So what we're trying to do is show sort of the minimum. We're showing that that will be a buffer, again, providing a buffer for the neighbors on that eastern side. It runs along the boundary for all of the lots on that's Norholt and Smith Ridge. Sets aside more than 2 acres of open space and more than an acre of additional land. And then, like I said, likely there'll be additional space to come that we would like to add within the conservation easement once that's all drafted. I should also note, I do think that this lot was likely eligible for a first free cut. We decided not to go down that route, so it's possible that we could have even done less open space, but we think this is a layout that works well. Like I said, this was allows us to provide this green space buffer for the eastern neighbors. And then, like I said, we've also then, by keeping this access way planted, provides some buffer for the neighbors on that side as well. The plan would be, if this application and subdivision were approved, would be to create a private homeowners association that would be responsible for the maintenance of this shared driveway and would also be responsible for the maintenance and care of the open space and conservation easement areas. So like I said, I'm not going to go through the full engineer's presentation. We did go before the Inland Wetlands Commission last night and received a number of comments from them that we're looking to address. In particular, part of the feedback that we got from them was they really wanted us to try to minimize the impacts on the wetlands. The existing driveway is quite close to the wetlands currently. So we're going to be working on that to see if there's any way that we can minimize the actual incursion into the wetlands. Again, that's mainly because we're trying to widen the driveway. I think we'll be looking at trying to see if we can make it less than 18 feet wide, so that we cannot be encroaching into the wetlands. And one of the reasons I want to bring that up to you is really to get some feedback from this commission as well. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted to open tonight and give you this overview, since we are going to be making some modifications to the plan, to hear from you if there's anything you would felt was missing, would like to see, so that we can make sure to put that in as well. So like I said, we're also looking at, in addition to narrowing the driveway, one other option is maybe looking at some alternatives for access to the various lots. But like I said, we have designed this both with in mind for what works for the development with these larger lots, and also what works for buffering for the neighbors. The other item I wanted to make sure to touch on tonight is the letter the commission's received from the New Canaan Land Trust discussing fee in lieu of open space. I was a little surprised to see that, one, because they hadn't reached out to us to ask us about that before it was submitted, but also, we can provide the necessary open space within this project. In my experience, usually when parties come before you with requesting to do a fee in lieu, it's because they can't comply with the regulations. So that's not something that we think makes sense in this project. Like I said, we've sort of tried to carefully design it so that the open space provides this permanent buffer to the neighbors on that side of the property. And we believe the goals of the town plan of conservation development is better protected with this low impact development, you know, like I said, larger than the minimum required lots, with open space, with buffers for the neighbors, and protecting this space now rather than putting money in a fund with the hope that at some point some open space will become available somewhere else in the town. The other item I wanted to address was the neighbor intervention, which I know was mentioned by the chair. You know, we did meet with the neighbors on January 9th to try to address some of their questions directly. We look forward to hearing their feedback and seeing what their experts have to submit. But I do want to note that they filed the intervention that was filed before the Planning and Zoning Commission is the same as the intervention that was filed before the Inland Wetlands Commission. The matters that are raised within that intervention are all matters that are within the jurisdiction of the Wetlands Commission. So I don't want to be confused by what's, you know, part of which commission. And like I said, I know the other thing that has come up in a few of the letters is really seems to relate to the development of each of these lots. We are not proposing development on these lots yet. When that development comes forward, it will be reviewed by wetlands, by this commission, and there will be an opportunity if neighbors have concerns about drainage, runoff, et cetera. But, and again, we're not getting into this tonight, but I think that when you hear from our, the project engineers, you'll see that in fact, what we're proposing now will be a major improvement to the surrounding areas, since there is no drainage or stormwater retention currently on the property. There will be, both from the work we're doing on the driveway, and then of course, each of these lots will have to show no net runoff. We're also, and you'll hear this from Mr. Kenny, proposing a number of actual improvements to the wetlands on this property. Because of the way the property's been developed in the past, the wetlands are not functioning properly right now. In particular, the wetlands that are over on this north side of the property, there's a ton of fill, driveways straight through the wetlands. We'll be removing all of that and actually adding to the wetlands in that area, which should help. Again, they'll be able to function as they're supposed to with retaining water, taking stormwater from other properties. This lot is the low point in the area. Again, if you look at the existing conditions map, you can see the topography. It's high on Brookwood side and it's high on the eastern side. The low point is towards the center of this lot, feeding down to the south. So this is where water is going and then feeding into the 5 Mile River watershed eventually. So anything we can do to improve the wetlands and the retention on this property will help neighbors both upstream and downstream. So that's sort of my high level overview, which is what I was asked to give this evening. But I really would like to hear some feedback from the commission. And like I said, I do have the experts here this evening if you have any questions for them directly.
All right, so commissioners, I am going to open it up for questions. I just want to remind you that we're going to keep it at a high level, or I mean, later we will drill down deeper, but tonight let's just give her the feedback that she's requesting. So Mr. Kriz, go ahead first, and then I'll come to you, Mr. Engel.
Commissioner Kriz, several points. Start with the conservation easement. I did read the letter from the land trust, and when thinking about this, I'm sympathetic to their views. When I look at the map that you just provided and the property that would be put in a conservation easement, there are, I count, 4 patches which are sort of on the edge, mostly on the edges of the property, which are not particularly buildable anyway, given setbacks and everything else. And so it's difficult for me to see how this is providing the sort of easement that is consistent with the open space regulation. And so it doesn't seem to be achieving the goals that we're looking for. And this property that is proposed to be in a conservation easement strikes me as something that frankly is not going to be built on anyway, so it's not much of a give up. Again, I'm sympathetic to the fee in lieu, which would potentially provide a richer source of open space and conservation for the town. So that is an issue I'd like to explore it more at some point. Also, I noticed the shift in the roadway where a road would be put where a road is not now intended to be. I'm wondering if there are any studies perhaps that there may be some disturbance of rare flora or fauna, grave sites, something of historical value there that we don't know about, which certainly would be a concern of everyone. And some of them can be showstoppers given exactly what you're doing, where you're doing it. Has that been looked at all?
So yes, Mr. Kinney has looked at impacts to the property and will be able to present on that. But we have tried to design the project so as to protect various species. For example, Mr. DeAndrea and I were just discussing the fact that one of the reasons the driveway does the curve it does is to protect I think he said a 40-foot, not 40 foot, that would be really big. But a very large oak tree. So we are trying to design this to protect the species that are currently there and to improve the wetlands and natural habitats. For example, this pond will be adding a stream where there's currently a water course that's been piped, which will add additional areas for animals, et cetera. But I'll let him give that presentation at the appropriate time.
Also regarding lots 5 and 6 and their border on Brookwood, I hear you regarding existing screening that's there, but to the extent you had curb cuts there and you would ingress and egress to those 2 lots would be off Brookwood as opposed to the shared driveway, your shared driveway could be reduced by half more or less, which would avoid expense and potential wetland issue. Again, not our decision, someone else's. But I'm just trying to wrap my mind a bit more around the sort of balance give and take on the decision to have a longer shared driveway to avoid the curb cuts as opposed to the curb cuts. So I'd appreciate any comments you might have on that.
Okay. I can get back to you on that. I mean, I think, like I said, the driveway is an existing feature that's already there. So that was the thought process was try to continue to just use that existing feature rather than going in and cutting through areas that are otherwise unspoiled currently.
Just finally, I'm trying to understand the need for 18-foot as opposed to something a little narrower in the shared driveway.
So that's precisely what we're looking into, and I'm pleased to hear that that's something that you would consider something narrower than 18 feet.
Well, I'm not saying I would consider it. I'm just trying to understand how you stuck a pin in that number and the necessity for it.
It was trying to make it. We were trying to make it wider. Again, at one point we were talking to the fire marshal about, having a fire truck going one way and an emergency vehicle going the other way. But I do think, again, having spoken with the Wetlands Commission about it, that may be overdone. And that's something, again, we want to talk with the fire marshal about it before we make any final decisions. But that's candidly where that sort of came from.
Well, certainly, I would like to hear what the fire marshal has to say regarding public safety, which of course is an important issue. Yeah. So put that there, but those are my questions. Thank you.
Jump in really quick. The subdivision regulations require that if a shared driveway is serving more than 2 lots, the minimum width is 16 feet, but the commission is permitted to waive that and narrow it for the preservation of environmental resources and things of that nature. So 16 is generally required, but you can shorten it. So something to consider. And then I'm happy to make sure Paul Payne either is at the next meeting or provides comments, depending on what the commission would prefer.
Mr. Engel, did you have some questions?
It is a question, but it's already been asked, but I'll amplify it. It's what, was it an economic, a legal, or a topographical decision to put 4 lots accessed off of Brookwood Lane instead of 6? Commissioner Chris's point, I believe that we would be able to reduce the asphalt by at least half, and reduce that driveway, that interior driveway, by at least half if you were to access only 3 houses off of the interior driveway and have all 6 accessed from Brookwood. But it occurs to me that would that require a widening of Brookwood? Is there a legal limit to how many houses can be accessed off Brookwood? It's a private lane. So I just wondered what went into the decision. I know that there's an existing driveway on the interior of the property, but it would probably go a long way toward this commission approving it if we felt that in the end, the entire interior of the property was an untouched valley, an untouched wetland, with its ponds and all that left intact, and all of the access and all of the traffic were out to Brookwood, which is already a trafficked legal road. So I just amplifying what Mr. Chris said, and wondered what the rationale was for that and whether that could be changed.
Okay, before anyone answers, this is Chairman Radman. Having lived on Brookwood Lane, I used to live at 44 Brookwood, which is immediately to the north of this property, so I'm very familiar with it. And Sarah, can you just verify what my understanding in Brookwood Lane ends at the turnaround circle, which is opposite lot 4. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. I don't know if that applicant.
Correct. So to all the questions why lot 5 and 6 couldn't be accessed off of Brookwood, that's not Brookwood back there. That's a private driveway.
I think, yeah, if I can just maybe clarify, to the extent that you do see a road on the opposite side of the accessway, that is a driveway for a couple of the homes over there. So we would need to use the accessway that's shown. And like I said, there would need to be, a lot of tree removal, a lot of extra work done. I guess and again, we're going to be looking into this, so I don't want to say too much now, but I'm not really sure. I certainly don't see that you're reducing the amount of asphalt. You're just relocating the asphalt. And since we have this existing driveway that's already there, that was really the logic, was to just utilize what's there. It's that existing driveway has been very well maintained and is in very good condition. There's not a lot of work that needs to be done, especially if we are able to not have to widen it as much as we initially felt we might have to.
But if I read these plans right, you have the access way to lots 5 and 6, and you have a widening of the interior driveway. You have both. You're cutting down those trees
No.
You're not cutting down those
No,
trees
that's-
along Brookwood.
Oh, I'm sorry if that was not clear.
Access way, and it looks like it's 12 feet wide.
Yes, so that is, we show that on the map because that's the legal access way. So that is we have to show frontage for those 2 lots. So that is their legal, I'll call it a paper access way. That's not really a real term, but we'll call it that. So that's the paper access way. The whole point is so that we don't have to take down any of the trees, et cetera. It's pretty densely forested in that area. We want to be able to leave that entire western side of lots 5 and 6 alone, including that access way.
Anything else we want to give the applicant to think about before our next meeting when we hear more?
This is Chairman Radman. I had one more question. Looking at the subdivision drawings, overall site plan, as well as the enlarged site plans, north and south parcel plans, you're showing just a generic footprint of a house and driveway coming off of Brookwood Lane for lots 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Correct.
I'm assuming that's just for the sake of preliminary planning. Does that represent where the applicant intends to actually place the homes, or what's the plan there?
No, the purpose of showing that was really just to show that the lots were designed in such a way that a house could fit along with the necessary septic and well. You know, as I think I mentioned, we've gone out with the health department, we've done septic testing, et cetera, and she's confirmed that that all works.
Mhm.
This is not at all for development. In fact, the current owner does not intend to develop these individual lots. The plan is to sell them to allow them to be developed each individually. So we do not know what the plans will be for the lots. It's entirely possible that someone could come along. You know, they've had some preliminary conversations. Someone could come along and want to buy 2 lots, and we'll just see 1 house. So again, these are just shown to kind of, I think it's easier for people to see a subdivision and acknowledge that it works, quote unquote, if you can see some houses, but these are not intended to be locations where houses would necessarily, or driveways or septic systems, et cetera, would actually be located when developed.
And have you explored the possibility of lot 1 being accessed from the internal driveway coming off of the current gate entrance rather than off of the west side of the property off of Brookwood Lane?
So having lot 1 come off of the shared driveway.
Correct.
So we could look into that. There are some wetlands just to the north of the proposed shared driveway in that area. So I'm not sure that it's viable. We don't want to have to cross any wetlands. But certainly the entrance for that lot could come off of the other side of the lot. It doesn't need to come from it could come from the northern side of that lot. But we'll take a look at that. I'm just not sure that there's enough space to not cross over wetlands in that area.
Sure, understood. Just thought I'd ask.
Thanks.
Oh, go ahead. Munchkin.
Just off of that point, there is an existing drive going that way, so I guess you could use that. But my question was about the existing stone retaining walls along the driveway. If you were planning to increase the driveway to 18 feet, would you have to remove those?
So there are stone culverts and other things of that nature that will be retained. You know, again, I think I'll probably have to leave that level of detail to Mr. DeAndrea when he presents, especially because it's in a bit of flux right now. So I don't want to say anything out of turn, but we'll definitely make sure to answer that question when we present.
Mr. Herring?
Be looking at doing any municipal improvements on this line? So, you know, for example, some of these cul-de-sacs run their power underground from the country club, for example. So Country Club Road is what I'm saying. So would you intend to run the power for the subdivision underground, or would you intend to put poles through the subdivision?
I believe that the regulations require us to have underground utilities in a new subdivision.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right. So can we, one more.
I didn't see this, but will there be traffic studies for the increase in housing on the building?
No, traffic studies are not, this is a residential zone and a residential use, so the traffic study is not required.
Okay. Just because that is a consistent concern from the neighbors.
Right, and I think that, you know, again, if this was a commercial use, or if we were putting, you know, some sort of multifamily development here, I think that would be appropriate, but this is a standard residential use. Again, it's not even the maximum of lots that we could get in here. It's an addition of 9 residential homes. We're not expecting a major increase in traffic.
All right, is everyone good for this evening? All right, thank you for your time. Did you get the feedback you needed?
I think so, unless there was anything else that anyone, as far as plans, et cetera, that anyone wanted to make sure they saw for next time.
Doesn't seem like it.
All
All right, so
thank you.
this application will be continued to next month, at which point we expect we will be taking public comment, I think. Okay, next on the agenda, we're going to hear two agenda items together, item 7 and 8. This is 3 Farm Road. Upon application of the Waveney Care Center, Inc., authorized agent for the town of New Canaan, owners for a site plan and special permit approval pursuant to sections 8.2A and B, 5.1.E.1, and 6.5.B.4 to allow the addition of a new structure for a not-for-profit community health facility and to permit retaining walls exceeding 4 feet in height in the Waveney zone at 3 Farm Road.
This is Paul Kennog. I'm recusing myself of this matter.
Okay, I wasn't done reading, but noted.
Sorry.
Secondly, discussion and consideration of the request of Waveney Care Center, Inc., authorized agent for town of New Canaan owners to amend the zoning regulations dated June 16, 2007, amended December 6, 2024, to amend section 5.1.E.4 to increase allowable building coverage and building height via special permit. A complete copy of the proposed amendment is on file at the town clerk and also at the Planning and Zoning Department, as well as online. And these items are going to be heard together. If anyone pays attention to the timeframes we put on the agenda, we had said 30 minutes for this. We are not doing that. We're going to let them go for as long as we can go tonight. Our plan was to end the meeting by 11 p.m. Maybe we won't need to go that late, but that's kind of our cutoff time, at which point we do have just a few more items we'll have to continue on to. And also of note, the Inland Wetlands Commission did approve this wetlands application last evening. So if time allows and we're ready, we could go all the way to a vote tonight. We're not waiting on wetlands on this application anymore. Okay, so with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you. Members of the commission, good evening. Michael Sweeney. I'm a partner with Carmody, Torrance, Sandak, and Hennessy. I'm very pleased to be here this evening on behalf of Waveney. As Ms. Nielsen mentioned, Wetlands approved the application last night. So the application before you this evening is sort of twofold. One is a text change amendment to the Waveney zone to accommodate the application that we have before you for site plan and the special permit. Second part of the application is special permit, and we'll speak to both of those jointly. Before I start and introduce our team, Mr. Barksdale, CEO and President of Waveney Life Care, will give a few introductory comments.
Thank you, Michael. And good evening, commissioners. For those of you I haven't had the pleasure of meeting, I'm Russ Barksdale, President CEO of Waveney Life Care Network and all of its subsidiaries. I'm also a fellow commissioner serving the town, so I deeply appreciate the dedication that all of you bring to these proceedings. And out of respect, I would just say, as a Commissioner for Health and Human Services, I think you guys are the hardest working commission that we have in the town. So thank you for that. We're entering into our 51st year of operations. Our nonprofit network now serves over 1,000 patients, residents, and clients each and every day. As such, we have a unique perspective on the healthcare needs of our town and our community. Tonight, we seek your approval to add 30 private inpatient rooms to our renowned 5-star care center, alongside significant improvements and enhanced patient and visitor experiences. This expansion, we feel, is critical for New Canaan. First, demand consistently exceeds our capacity. Today's hospital discharge patients more acutely ill who require advanced therapies and specialized care before they can return home safely. Without a sufficient capacity at Waveney, too many must settle for facilities, organizations that weren't their first choice or even local. Second, post-pandemic, our community's demand for a private room has never been greater. You may be surprised to know that currently our inpatient short-term rehab unit only has 12 private rooms. This expansion comes at a crucial time. 3 Connecticut hospitals have recently declared bankruptcy. 15 skilled nursing facilities have closed due to staffing shortages or financial challenges. And 1 in 3, that's now 1 in 3 residents will now require inpatient skilled nursing services in their lifetime. Our center consistently delivers exceptional care. And like other providers, we maintain a 5-star staffing level without using agency or travel nurses. Our innovative nursing school ensures a steady pipeline of skilled caregivers, while our navigator service provides 24/7 guidance for families managing complex insurance and care decisions. Our design plan, we believe, carefully addresses both operational needs and community considerations. We're adding parking spaces to improve accessibility for our visitors. We're protecting existing wetlands through thoughtful site planning. We're utilizing architectural elements and mechanical upgrades that enhance even our existing facilities. And lastly, we've held multiple community meetings to address their concerns proactively. As a nonprofit, we also serve as a crucial healthcare safety net for New Canaanites. We provide charitable care when needed, supporting residents whose extended care needs and longevity exceed their financial resources. This equates to millions of dollars of free or discounted rates per year. This expansion will indeed strengthen our financial ability to fulfill this vital community role. Our quality measures, if I can take a bow on behalf of my staff, are well documented. We consistently have 5-star ratings from Medicare, including nursing staffing levels. We've received 2 recently Leading Age Awards for innovation and social accountability. We received recognition from the Connecticut Assisted Living Association for staff retention. We are, in fact, the best in our industry. The inaugural PRISM Award for social stewardship, we also received from a nationally recognized market network. We are deeply rooted in New Canaan. We live here, we work here, and we serve our community with great dedication and pride. With your support for this expansion, we can continue innovating and improve timely healthcare access for our neighbors. Thank you all for your consideration. Back to you, Michael.
Thank you, Russ. So with us this evening are the following members of our team who will be making presentations to you this evening. First of all, my colleague Dan Chappell, who will be running the slides, and hopefully we can flip back and forth as needed. Also present are Miles Brown and Greg Biancardi, architects at Amenta Emma Architects, who designed the lovely building that you'll be looking at this evening. Also Kurt Lowenstein of Landtech Surveyors and Engineers. Landtech prepared the drainage and engineering site plan material that you have in front of you. Also, Wes Stout Associates will present this evening. Wes is here, as well as Tom Cross, who will speak to the landscaping that's been done on the property. And also lastly, Greg Del Rio is president of H&H Traffic Consultants. Our original thought was, given the de minimis amount of traffic that would be generated from the site, that we would prepare more of a letter, a report, which was submitted originally Upon further thought at the direction of Mr. Barksdale, H&H went back and did some traffic counts, a little more robust report, which has been submitted to you as well, which backs up the original letter report, but I think it has a little more detail to it, which I hope you appreciate. I'll start out with your permission and speak to the text amendment, then we'll move to the special permit. The Waveney zone regulation is sort of a dormant zone, at least as it applies to Waveney, to Waveney Healthcare, hasn't been used much over the years. There's not much in the file. As a matter of fact, when you go through the zoning books over the years, it's hard to determine when it was actually enacted. We find regulations from 1994 where it did not exist, and then it suddenly appeared in 1997. So I sat down in the town clerk's office, started flipping through all the minutes, and what I found was in 1995, the chairman at that time, it's really a walk through New Canaan history, suggested that we really should give some thought to putting together a Waveney zone, which would address the different uses on this gem that we have in our town, to talk about the municipal uses, educational uses, and then perhaps Waveney as well. And I'll get to that in Waveney Life Care, which I'll talk about in a minute. I think that was 1995 it first came up. About a year went by, so the commission was stewing on it for a while, and then it started to get active in 1996, a number of meetings. It's hard to discern from looking at the minutes that are in our books in the town clerk's office, all the colloquy that went back and forth, but we can pull out a few things. One was that there was a discussion early on that Waveney Health Life Care should be actually left out of the zone. Recall that the original building was built in 1972 under a lease with the town, so it had been there forever. So it had already been built and operating, was expanded again in 2000, but there was a question whether it should be incorporated or not. Not sure why the decision was made to incorporate it, but it was. So it's all part of the entire Waveney zone. There was an application made around 1999, 2000. There's some wetlands permits that were issued then as well when an addition was made to the property. Again, very few notes in the minutes that give us any understanding of what the commission was thinking at the time. But interestingly, when it was incorporated into the zone, coverage was already at around 12% then. The Waveney zone has a coverage of 5%. So there was this anomaly that I don't think actually was ever addressed by the commission. In 2000, when an application was made and coverage was increased from 13% to 16%, again, no discussion about how the commission came to that conclusion. Then later in 2007, there was another application that was made, and that gives us a little bit of indication of what the thought process was. That was a minor application. There was a sky bridge that was being built. I think it only added to coverage maybe 0.25%, something like that. But the minutes do indicate a discussion among the commissioners. Gee, how do we deal with coverage? It's kind of an anomaly here. We have this pocket use here within the Waveney zone. Do we apply 5%? Well, that'd be absurd because we're already at 13%, and I don't think that was the intent. Also, what about height? And so there's some discussion about in the Waveney zone, there are provisions that allow for changes to height and other things as applies to municipal uses, but not as to the Waveney zone, to the Waveney Life Care. So what they decided to do was to not change the regulation, but just approve the additional coverage. So I think they felt that, actually, I don't know what to think it was, but I think they felt that it was de minimis and minor enough that, and it made sense. One thing I would add too, that there was a question too about notices going out to neighbors. And what happened in the 2007 application was that the commission determined just send out notices to the people around the crucible of your use. And that's what happened. I don't think that was probably the most prudent thing to do. So we did in our application, we sent notices out to everyone within the 200-acre site with the statutory notice, just to be extra prudent on our notices that were given. So that's what I can tell you about the Waveney regulations. It's actually been fairly dormant, not used that often. And it was used. I can't really tell you how the commission decided to, approve applications over the years. So what we've tried to do is let's take a look at this now and modify the regulation, similar to the way language is elsewhere in the regulation for municipal uses. Add some standards on which you'll see in our draft, and then also sweep in all the standards from the special permit regulation. So it gives you all the tools and protections where you can decide whether it makes sense or not to allow coverage and height increases to an application. So what this regulation would do would be allow coverage to go to the 16.3% and height to 40%. And with that, then we can go forward with the addition. We think it's in keeping with the zone, and we see no effect on our neighbors. And I think you'll see from the application, the construction is toward the front of the property. We've avoided wetlands as much as we can, and we could have an approval from the wetlands agency as well. So I think I'll stop there with the discussion on the permit, and then maybe move to special permit and ask the architects maybe to come, either Miles or Greg.
Good evening, Greg Van Cardy with Amenta Emma Architects. We've been working with Waveney for probably almost a year now, and we've gone through a number of iterations with them. And I'll start to explain how we arrived at where we are currently. What we've done, we feel really hits all of the things that we are looking for. We think it has the least impact on the site. We think it's attractive, and we think it makes the site and building better. So I'll wait for the slides to be loaded.
Do you have it on a?
Yeah, I have that on flash drive. Yeah.
Okay.
What did you use last night?
There are two files, is there one in particular?
All the drawings that are, all the slides that you're going to be seeing are, you've received them. They're cropped a little bit and enlarged so that when we walk through them, it's easier for you to view them.
Yeah.
My internet is.
If we can go to probably the next slide. Well, yeah, I think that's good. This is good. I think it's a little bit large, but this is the Waveney site. You can see the building in the middle, and the blue is the area of wetlands. So this is how it currently sits in the front along Farm Road is the parking area, and then the building sprawls along the back. To Page North is New Canaan High School and the fields. Page South are the wetlands, and then Old Stafford Road, Sanford Road is at the corner of there, slightly off the screen. There's a little bit of a constrained site. And if we go to the next slide, basically, we looked at this site. We looked at the requirement, which is the requirement would be 30 beds. And really, these 30 beds need to be on the same level. That works from a nursing safety standpoint. So you can have one nursing station for all 30 beds, and they're manned throughout the night. So where we looked at placing the building is in the parking lot in front of the site. It's approximately 20 feet off the site, off of the existing building. There'll be a 20-foot gap between the new building and the existing building, and it is actually a 20,000 square foot building, but it's going to be at level 2. It's a 2-level building. We go to the next slide. You can start to see where it is. We have still using the same entrance coming off of Farm Road. We're expanding the parking lot along the wetlands area a little bit. We're still staying off the wetlands and within the tree line of the current wetlands, away from the wetlands, but still in front of the building. And we have a drop off that's going to be below this second floor of the building. And then we have some administrative spaces and the lobby of the building in there. The green areas in that are healing gardens, and we'll get into discussions about those later, which will be there for the use of the current residents. And we're also looking at them for other uses as well, such as habitat and pollinator gardens. Next slide. So you can see this in this slide, the red bar is the 30 rooms or 20,000 square feet, basically placed on top of the first level of around 9,000 square feet of lobby, administrative spaces, some parking areas, and a drop-off area. You can see the drop-off circle, and then an extension of the parking lot in the front of the building. There will be a small part of the building that will be removed to make way for the parking lot to get by it on the right-hand side near that orange area or wall. The next slide. This is the basement level. We're only going down at the elevator area for a couple of the necessary elements down in the basement, which would be the oxygen supply room and some electrical rooms, and then the elevators coming down to that lower level. And then we're connecting back to the existing basement. Next level, or next slide. This is showing the existing lobby, the new lobby, and some of the connections and rehabilitation of the existing building that's shown in white. The gray areas will not be changed, but this shows the drop-off, the lobbies, the administrative spaces, and then some of the other uses would be the inpatient areas, and then the nursing area that will be remain the same but fixed up from the inside. Next slide, please. This is the second level of the building, the top level, the 30 rooms along this curved area that sort of hugs the existing building, the nurses station in the middle, And we have rooms along the front, approximately 18 rooms along the front and 12 rooms along the back for the residents. And these are short-term residents, short-term inpatient rooms, anywhere from 3 to 30 days to be used. Next slide. This is the roof. There are solar panels across the entire roof of this, except for at either end. Either end, we have some stair towers that come up to the rooftop, and then we have some mechanical equipment that will be screened by the parapet, which you'll see shortly. That swoops up, but at this area in the middle, it dips down, but still conceals all the solar panels that will be on the roof. This is a reflected ceiling plan at level 1 of the drop-off. It shows the sort of semicircular area is the drop-off, and that will be a wood-like soffit with some lighting, but the lighting will be uplit so that you'll see in some of the other views as you approach the building, you'll see on the underside, and we're cognizant of any sort of light spill as you come up the driveway into that area. And the other area at the tip is a parking area below the white area at the tip. Next slide. Is the building, an axiometric drawing of the building. The red areas, which is sort of denoting the skin of the building, which we're thinking is right now is a terracotta skin, which is a sort of a 100-year material. You basically use it and you don't have to come back and do any maintenance to it for 100 years or so. So we like the longevity of it. We like the look of it. We like the softness, and sort of the way we've designed the facade of it is to try to evoke some of the wooded trees on the site. You can see some of the windows behind some of the terracotta strips, and those are windows into the patient rooms. Not unlike this room, all the patient rooms will have blackout shades. So in the evening, they will be drawn down similar to where we are today with these in this room. So in terms of light spill, we were cognizant of that. And again, that's from the inside. The top one is from Farm Road. The bottom one is from above the existing building, looking at what we're calling a healing garden in between the two structures. And next. This is, those are the materials that will be used. Again, glass, terracotta, and then a wood-like material for the soffit areas. And then the next slide shows the profile of the building, and it shows how we're concealing some of the equipment at the roof of the building at either end, and the stairwell at either end of the building. So, and then it swoops down in the middle and allows for light to get to the solar panels. So when it was mentioned that we're looking for a height increase, it's really just those two tips at either end of the building. Really, the middle part of it is down at the 30-foot level. So we have a 10-foot differential between the two, approximately. The lower area that's sort of yellow orangish is also terracotta, and that's the level 1 area. We are also, level 2 is at a 17-foot height, and that's really for 13-foot-5 clearance, which is basically required for fire engine passage and so on. So in that drop-off area, which is also a requirement to have a covered drop-off area in a facility like this. So that's what, when we start adding all that up, that's what gets us to the height that we need to be at and that we are at. And next. Oh, I think there's some renderings maybe. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so the next slides. Again, from the other side of the building. This is from the Healing Garden side, which the Healing Garden is in between the new building and the existing building. And next. From above, this is the building, an aerial view of it, parking lot in front. We'll get into the phasing of the building, but one of the other sort of constraints that we're working with is that the existing building needs to be accessed and will be 100% operational during construction, and more than likely 100% occupied during that. So really the location of this, where it is, ended up working out well. When we get into the phasing, we can talk about the two access points that will be established and then brought back once we develop the center drop-off lobby. Next. From above, the new building on the page south, between the two, the new building and the existing building is a healing garden, and then off towards the back is another healing / habitat pollinator garden, which is going to be part of the phasing plan, which will probably be developed first, so that when it starts to be phased, we can reach around to two of the new entry points or temporary entry points of the facility. Next. This is a view from the intersection of Old Stamford Road and Farm Road, right at the intersection. This was taken in November. And then we dropped the building into the background. Next slide. Next slide is taken from the entrance on Farm Road, going up into the facility. So you can see how it will be seen from the street. Next. This is moving up that entryway towards the underside and the drop-off area. This is where you'll see the wood underside, the wood soffit. This will be uplit also. So in the evening, you won't see a hot spot, but you'll see more of a glow of the underside of the wood. Next. The drop-off area. And this is, as you approach the lobby, you'll see into and through the lobby to the gardens that's beyond and between the two buildings. And then of course the rooms above. And next. This is inside the building in the lobby along that main healing garden. And then there's a couple more images of the healing garden visible from the lobby. Again, that healing garden sort of buffer between the two. What this also does is allows us, by having the rooms and the building outside of the footprint of the existing building, for the most part, we're separated from there. It makes it easier for us or for the building to stay operational, where there are going to be some changing of rooms and rehabilitation of the inside spaces. It can be done at an early stage and then become operational, and then we start working on this area. So the phasing of this has really led to this design and really helped it. But we like the other parts of it too. We like the connectivity, how it sits lightly on the site. So it's, I think that's it.
Speak to solar panels.
Yeah, the current facility has, in terms of sustainability, the current facility, the roof is covered with solar panels. Similarly, this building will also have solar panels across the top of the roof. Right now, we're going to try to get as much as we can out of them for the area. In terms of other sustainable items, we are looking at removing, there's a propane tank that's on site that will be removed. This is also going to be fed from basically all the existing mechanical systems or electrical systems, generators. There will be some rooftop equipment for chillers, but that is basically it. It will be better insulated, more than code, so it'll be a much more efficient building, and even than what's there. So we're very happy about that.
Next speaker. Yes. One thing I neglected to mention when I started was that the reason that there is a special permit required is that within the Waveney regulation, any construction of additional facilities throughout the zone requires special permits. That's the initial reason. And there's one retaining wall that's in excess of, I think, 4 feet. And with the retaining wall, that requires a special permit too. So there's a subpart to the special permit as well for the retaining wall. Next, perhaps we'll have Kurt Lowenstein of Land Tech speak to the engineering.
While we're making the transition, I just want to add a couple of points. If you've been to our campus, there are 2 entrances. One goes to the assisted living facility, the Village. One goes to the care center currently. For wayfinding for visitors and outpatient therapy and others, it becomes a little confusing. So we thought we would try to do a hub and spoke model. This is, again, we've been working on this for about 12 months, about a year, and gone through a lot of different designs. A single point of entry, a hub and spoke. So you can come in, you can go right to the Village, you can go right to the existing care center, or you can take the elevator up to the new addition. So that was extremely important to us, and to bring more parking to the front and create these healing gardens, if you will, that are isolated so that our residents can have outdoor space. That's very important to their healing. It's very important to their mental health. And then we wanted to also create pollination gardens in our back as part of that pathway. And so we'll get to that next. So thanks.
Thanks, Russ. For the record, my name is Kurt Lowenstein. I'm a licensed professional engineer in Connecticut with Land Tech. We were retained to provide some site planning, site civil engineering services, as well as environmental. As Mike mentioned, we are in front of the Wetlands Commission, so there is a piece of this that involves some wetland creation. We were approved last night, so I won't go too into the details, but I will briefly touch on that area towards the end of my presentation. So before you is the existing conditions map. And just for an orientation purposes, north is to the left of the page, but for ease of discussion, we're going to speak as in plan north. So just don't be confused if you're referring plans and what I'm saying. So I'm going to refer to north as up. The existing facility from a stormwater perspective has a pretty good infrastructure set up. There is a 145 space parking lot that services the building. There's many catch basins within it. They all collect surface runoff before it eventually discharges into the wetlands, which are along the eastern side. And Dan, if you can zoom in right to the right of the entrance on that small wetland pocket. I just want to note on the existing conditions, I would say just about all of the existing parking lot all coincides at a single manhole point and then discharges into that small wetland pocket there, which was built when the site was originally developed, and actually had a lot of intention, as far as I can tell, that they use this as what's called a sediment forebay. And this provides a buffer from the greater wetland pocket from a stormwater perspective for water quality. Allows, if there's sediment that collects in there, that it can be cleaned out. So you'll see a little bit later in my presentation, we're gonna utilize that with our stormwater design discharge. But then if we can move to the stormwater sheet, which should be the next. One more. It's just an overall site plan. Okay, so the project is a single project, but for the purposes of discussion, we're going to divide this up into 3 areas. So the northeast corner, there will be a small parking lot expansion. For those that are familiar with the site, that's the area that's referred to as Claire's Garden. Portions of that will be reconfigured, and we'll be providing some additional parking up in that area. So there will be an expansion from an impervious perspective. That area will be collected and treated. We'll be providing a hydrodynamic separator to treat that runoff. From the hydrodynamic separator, there is an existing stormwater line that collects some off-site runoff from the high school, which is to the north of the existing facility. It then runs east along the side of the northern side of the existing facility, and then eventually discharges into the wetlands. The broader wetland corridor on the site wraps around the eastern side, which would be the right-hand side of the sheet there, and then wraps down to the south. Just about all of the site impervious wet or lawn areas, patio areas, wooded areas all make their way eventually to the wetlands, the larger wetland corridor, which represents roughly 1/3 of the lease lined property. It's a total of 12 acres, but 1/3 of that is wetlands. There's a small portion of the existing roof that is piped across the street, which is a town-owned property, and there are wetlands over there. Part of our project, we're not intending to disrupt that, because that would involve disturbing wetlands across the street and within the property. So that small area, we're talking about roughly 2,000 square feet of roof area, will remain. But otherwise, for the bigger piece of the project from a stormwater perspective is the addition, which Greg mentioned is about 20,000 square feet as far as footprint is concerned. And then we'll be providing 30 new parking spaces with the parking expansion that stretches along the southern side, just to your right as you come in the main entrance. That area, the 30 additional parking spaces, brings us up to a total of 175 spaces on the site, which will include 7 handicap spaces, one of which will be a van accessible space. When we met with the commission or members of staff very early on in the project, it was brought to our attention that there is a known flooding issue down on 106, not related to our property, but they said, you're going to do this project. What can you do to help enhance this area? We understand you can't affect the road down below you, but how can you provide stormwater treatment and reduction to the greatest extent possible? So that's what we've done here. We've taken not only all of the new impervious area, but there are some portions of existing parking area that will be collected with new catch basins that we'll be installing. All those catch basins will be equipped with deep sumps, meaning that runoff over parking lots, as you can imagine, sand and debris and the like, that gets into those catch basins, trash is another, will be trapped within that sump. Essentially what you have is a dead space below the pipe that comes out of the catch basins. That allows the opportunity to catch those before they get into the stormwater systems that are underground, not as easily accessible, or ultimately into a resource like a wetland or a river, in our case, the wetlands. So all of the new catch basins we're putting in will be equipped with that, and that will route all of the stormwater from, again, the whole new building addition, all of the new parking areas, to a series of underground infiltration units. In total, there's 144 of them, and they're essentially daisy chained together. due to the shape of the expansion, as you can see, it kind of curves around the southern side. It's not practical to put them all in one line, so we broke them up into individual units, and they're all interconnected with pipes, so that as the water enters them, it'll evenly fill them up. It doesn't cascade one down the other. It all works at a level together. Dan, if you could pan just to the next page real quick, just so they can see the far end. There is one last unit around the end of the curve that it will also be included. And then if you can just flip back, Dan. All of this water that's collected, the primary treatment is to infiltrate the water into the ground. We've done extensive soil testing on the site and cited the units in the most usable soils on the site. And after the water is detained, we will allow it to overflow, but in a metered and controlled manner. And this is now jumping to what I touched on earlier with this small wetland pocket. So Dan, if you can zoom in again on that, just to the right of the entrance, where our discharge is. So we'll be installing 2 manholes on the outlet end of the new infiltration systems that will act as our meter. And then ultimately it'll discharge into that small wetland pocket, which, as I said, really the intention of that was to be a sediment forebay. We'll be providing a riprap apron, which will limit any potential erosion and slow down the water prior to it entering the wetland, where it will connect to the broader wetland. There's a 24-inch culvert that connects through an existing head wall that's there. All of our stormwater design has been designed up to the 100-year storm event. We're reducing not just the peaks runoff rate, but also the volumes. So we're infiltrating quite a bit. So as compared to the existing conditions, this is a major improvement. We are expanding the amount of impervious area on the site, of course, with the parking expansion, but there's a tremendous benefit from that, from a stormwater perspective, from a water quality treatment perspective. A big piece of water quality, especially around wetland areas, is the thermal cooling. Parking lots and roofs get very hot in the summer, as you can imagine. If it goes untreated directly into these wetlands, there's a lot of detrimental effects. And I recognize we're not in front of the Wetlands Commission tonight, but it is worth noting because it is a really big benefit for a project like this. It's going to be adding impervious area to have that component in there, and we have incorporated that. We have received comments from the engineering department. I don't see Maria here tonight, but she was. Oh, okay. So she was in attendance last night as well. We did receive or provide responses to her comments, as well as revised plans to address as many as we could in the short time we had before we're in front of you. I don't know if you have that in your pocket or your packets, but basically the short of it is that we've addressed, I would say 90+% of her comments, and the remaining are all things that will be addressed. And what we asked in front of wetlands last night, and we would ask in front of you as well, is that if you choose to approve us, that we would ask that the remaining allow us to work with Maria as conditions of approval prior to the issuance of a building permit. And Maria's here, so I don't want to speak for her. I'm sure you'll hear from her later. But that we would hope that that would be the way that we could proceed as well. Before I move on, is there any questions related to stormwater? I want to talk a little bit about utilities and sanitary sewer, but I don't want to get too far ahead of myself if there's any questions.
We're good?
Okay.
Keep going.
All right. So Dan, if you can flip one more to nope, go back. Perfect. So the existing facility is hooked up to sanitary sewer. There is an existing pump station that's located actually within the wetlands, believe it or not, that was put in when the facility was originally built, I suspect. And that pumps through the Waveney Park, connects, there's the high school that connects, but we're kind of at the beginning of the line. So we're in the process of finalizing that sanitary sewer report, which is one of the comments that Maria had in her comment letter, but we don't anticipate there being any issues from the sanitary sewer perspective. There will be some rerouting of utilities where the building is being constructed does conflict with a few of the utilities. So we'll be altering the location of them, but everything will happen on site. And the sanitary sewer from the new building will be connected to the existing pump station that is, as I said, located in the wetlands. Dan, if you could just go to the next slide just so they can see, and if you can zoom in on where the pump station is, just so everybody can see where that's at. So that's the pump station there. They do have a professional servicing company that provides regular maintenance on the pump station itself, as well as the pumps that are down within. It is equipped with a robust redundancy. It has 2 pumps down in the wet well, 1 operating at a time, meaning that 1 is always in reserve. And then on top of that, they also have a 3rd pump that is sitting in case 1 needs to be taken offline if it was damaged or needed regular maintenance. So they've really gone above and beyond with providing safety on having a pump station in a wetland. It's a very sensitive area. Obviously, we don't want to have to go in there often, but they've created a lot of redundancy to protect against that to the greatest extent possible. The last piece that I would like to talk about is the what would be the new courtyard. And Dan, if you go one more slide and keep going. One more. Maybe go back to the overall site plan. That'll show it as well. Yeah, and then zoom in the back there where the courtyard is. So the last piece, and Tom's gonna speak to this more. This is more of in our landscape architectural feature. There's an existing courtyard in the back now, but we are losing one of the courtyards by the parking expansion. So there is a mandate for a facility like this that they do need to provide certain outdoor recreational space for the residents. That is the area also where as I mentioned, there'll be a new wetland creation area. I won't get into any of the function values of it, but it does provide a stormwater component as well. There is a portion of roof area, basically that rear L shape around the new courtyard that currently dumps into the existing man-made pond that's there. That's that small kidney-shaped heavy black line that Dan's tracing there. So in our new creation, we will be providing 2 new sediment forebays. Like I mentioned in the front, we have that small sediment forebay. This new creation will also have those components, and that will provide water quality treatment for existing roof area. This is not something that's mandated. We could leave it as is, but we felt that it's appropriate given the close proximity to the wetlands to enhance the stormwater component there as well. That has all been designed in accordance with the latest Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual. And that's, again, if there's comments we'll work with Maria's office to finalize that. The last piece is the logistics plan. And Dan, do we have that FIP preliminary plan? Perfect. So on our soil erosion sediment control plans, we've established silt fencing backed with hay bales in the areas in proximity to the wetlands, as well as some standard construction entrances. But with a project like this, and given the site constraints, the logistics, which was appropriately brought up in Maria's comment letter, are a big play here. So the project will all be built in a single phase, essentially, but it's, for logistically speaking, we're going to speak in 3 phases, which is where we see the project currently. So this is phase 1, the kind of the mobilizing phase. The first thing they have to do when FIP is a construction company that'll be actually building this project. As I think maybe Russ or maybe Greg mentioned, this facility has to be up and running at all times. There's not an option to, shut off all the parking and not allow residents or emergency vehicles in and out. So to do that, the existing drop-off loop will be maintained in this first phase. And the large red bubbled area there, that's the area where it ultimately be the parking expansion. That's where the retaining wall will go in, the stormwater management. The first thing they have to do when they get in is they need to build the retaining wall. So they'll provide access still as it is today. They'll just come in what would be the westerly entrance rather than the main front. and they'll build the retaining wall to bring the fill up. They'll create a stable base there so that they can bring cars in and out. This phase, we're looking at roughly 6 to 8 months, I believe they have there, if I'm reading that, 4 to 5, sorry. My eyes are failing me here. And then Dan, if you go to the second phase, so this is at the point where now we've built the walls, we brought the fill up in that area where the new parking expansion, we're not going to be paving at that point, but it's going to be stable so that we can have cars coming in and out. And that, and where the Claire's Garden, which is up to the north area, there'll be a drop-off loop that'll be temporarily constructed there. Those will be the 2 entrances that'll be used at that point. And now the red bubbled area is where all of the demolition, there's a small piece of the existing building that will be demolished. The drop-off loop does have an overhang for those of you who are familiar with the site. That will be demolished, and that drop-off loop will be taken offline. That area now will house some of the staging for the contractor. It will also be some temporary parking. There's, you know, and Russ, if you want to speak to some of the parking that they've implemented here.
So again, we've been working on this a long time, and the first thing we had to work through is off-site parking, right? So we wanted to make sure with, we have 2 entrances now. We wanted to make sure that we remain open. We have a nice entrance for visitors to come into the village through Claire's Garden. We have a nice entrance that comes right into the kind of lobby, if you will, for the existing care center. So we have unanimous approval from the Park and Rec Commission to do off-site parking when school is in session. And then we have a letter of approval from the school system when the schools are not in session for us to have parking there. So we'll have off-site parking. We'll have our buses shuttling our staff and any workers back and forth so that our parking will remain easily accessible for our visitors, and also EMS and fire and rescue and the police to be able to enter in and keep operations completely open. So it was extremely important that we go through that process and have the off-site parking approved for our staff and for our workers, and then shuttling them back and forth. So we went through that process and got approval already. Thanks.
And then Dan, if we can go, so this will be the last phases. Is
18 to 20 months for that phase.
Yes, that's the long phase of the project. And then this is kind of the final phase, shall we say. At this point, the building, the addition is built. The area that was used for staging, the parking areas have now been paved, and they're usable for folks to park, visitors or staff members. And then the red bubbled areas there are now the final touches. So the stormwater and everything will be installed at this point during the first phase, but this will be all the paving, this will be the landscaping, the sidewalks, basically putting the finishing touches on the site. That'll wrap things up, and at that point we'll be ready for asking for our CO with as-built. I think that kind of covers.
That's 2 months.
Correct. Yep. And so all in all, we're looking at roughly 24 months, 30 months range. 24 months. Maybe less.
No, 24 months.
But I think that covers my piece. But questions before, I know Tom's going to come up here and speak to some of the landscaping, lighting, hardscapes, but any questions from any commissioners?
All right, keep it rolling.
As we're making the transition, I fill in the spot like Carrie Underwood, but you know, we're talking about a 2-story building in the front. The existing village, if you've been there, our memory care center, 53 units is existing 2 stories. So one of the things we wanted to make sure that we didn't go higher than that. If you're at the school or you're at the track or anything of that nature, we didn't want to go above kind of or dramatically above the existing the height of the building.
Chair, in addition to the town engineer comments, which we. Go ahead. Real quick, in addition to the town engineer comments, which we accept and will adopt within the approval, you also have in your material a a sign off approval and no objection letter from the fire marshal. Just thought I'd mention that.
I was just wondering where the parking questions and the coverage would fall. Would that be in the stormwater or the landscape? Or is there a separate parking and traffic engineer element to the presentation later?
We do have two traffic studies and parking. We do have a report on that in your, Mike, do you want to, when in the agenda, do you
I'm
want
sorry,
to?
Mr. Herring, I'm not sure I quite followed. your
Just
question.
the parking.
I'm trying to understand where the parking element of your presentation is. Is it later to follow landscaping?
Yes, the parking that's laid out on the site plan complies with the parking requirements. So with the 30 additional beds, there are 30 additional parking spaces along with the handicap spaces that Kurt mentioned already. As far as the flow.
I had some, so are you the right person to ask the questions to in terms of the parking requirements? Because I wasn't sure if you have a parking expert tonight or whether I should.
We do have a parking expert, so let's defer to him at the end. I was
Okay.
just mentioning that we comply with parking, but as far as the operations on site and then off-site as well, he'll be better to speak to that, Mr. Del Rio.
Okay, thank you.
And commissioners, just so you know, since it is getting late, once the applicant finishes their presentation, I'd like to open it up for public comment before we dive in deep with our questions, just so that people can go home.
Are we under pressure now? Are we getting a little tight on time? Are we okay?
You're okay.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Tom Cross from Wesley Stout Associates, Landscape Architects for the project. And I'm going to give an overview on the landscape plan as well as touch on the site lighting that we've developed. I like to stay on this page. This is a color version of the landscape plan for a moment, but to the left of the screen, there's a white area. That's the existing parking lot. And we had several meetings with neighbors and screening along Farm Road came up. So we already have a pretty thick buffer along Farm Road with evergreen screening, as well as deciduous shrubs and trees. So we selectively infilled some of the gaps. And as well as in an existing parking lot island, we're adding some more evergreen shrubs and deciduous tree to help buffer the back of house and loading dock area. We could go to the next slide. The next couple of slides are some enlargements of areas I'd like to touch on. This is the front entry and south parking lot area. North, the top left corner by the front entry, that's that healing garden that Greg was talking about. It's really a multi-purpose garden. It really, it grounds and softens and transitions. It's a transitional landscape between the new building and the existing. It's also a viewing garden from when you're in the lobby, as well as an amenity space for the people on the second floor. We've created a little meandering pathway that's going to be permeable pavement, like Flexi Pave that you see in town. Parks, there'll be native and adaptive plant materials with some architectural planters and upright trees. And then in that drop-off circle, we'll have some more landscaping that makes it feel like you're surrounded on both sides when you're in the lobby by landscaping. And just a high level general planting theme, we're using 100% native plant materials along all the perimeter edges along the wetlands, as well as native plant materials in the parking islands. And then when we get closer to the building and foundations, we're going to use a combination of native plant materials and adaptive plant materials that are suitable for this location. And I'd say we're probably 75% native in that area. In the south parking lot, that's that area going towards the right. As Kurt mentioned, we're going to need a retaining wall and raise the grade to get an accessible parking lot from the parking spaces to the front door. To the left bottom, there's a white hatched wall. That's that existing parking lot. And then to the right of it, there's a darker wall. That's the new proposed wall. And really, there's an existing service road that's a gravel road We really tried to use that as a guide to where we located the new wall. So it's approximately in that area. We recently walked the site with the wetlands group and Land Tech was kind enough to stake it out. So if you had a chance to stop out there, you might have seen that. To the below the wall in the bottom right corner, again, those are all native plant materials. They even have pollinator qualities. And then above the wall, we have some red maples. To the top right corner, that's a turnaround for cars so they don't hit a dead end. And that's also, I believe Kurt mentioned it earlier, that corner is where Waveney currently has a courtyard and we're losing that outdoor amenity space. And so you'll see in a couple slides where we're expanding the other courtyard to make up for that. Next slide. These are just some character images of the plant materials that we're going to use. It's not all the plants that we have on the plant list, but it's a combination of native and adaptive plant materials to give you an idea of what the palette will look like. Next slide. So this is one of the existing courtyards, but it's a bit smaller and has that man-made pond that isn't safe, to be used for residents. So Land Tech came up with a plan to basically relocate the wetlands and recreate it. It's kind of in that top right middle of the page where that multicolored pattern is. That represents a combination of native perennials and grasses, and then the two white corners on both ends, those are those sediment forebays that Kurt was talking about. Some of those darker green blobs, those are a combination of native shrubs and trees, all having a pollinator quality about it, because that's one of the themes of the courtyard that I'll get into in a little bit. That hard green diagonal line that's cutting through those two landscaped areas, that's a grass maintenance path so that the Waveney staff can get around the building, and if they have to cut down trees or any maintenance purposes, they have a clear path. That edge to the left of it, that's a 6-foot fence. They need that for security and safety purposes for this facility. And then that multicolored pattern just inside of the fence, again, that's going to be the native pollinator garden that's inside the courtyard, all native plant materials. And then as we get closer to the building foundation and the patio, we'll use a combination of native and adaptive. We're also going to use that permeable flexi-pave-like pathway. Those are those looping pathways. Those are really beneficial for dementia patients. Some outdoor seating, raised planters, typical amenities that you see in these types of facilities. Let me see if I'm forgetting. Oh, and I believe there is a shed that's existing that might be removed or will be removed. Okay. Next slide. Again, these are some character images of what the plant materials can look and feel like. We're using more than are on this sheet, but just wanted to give you an idea of what our thinking is. Next slide. And then this is the Claire's Garden slide. So Kurt touched on this briefly earlier. We're trying to get a certain number of parking spaces, so we needed to add some in here. And so we're reducing the size of the courtyard, and this will also be a temporary entrance during the phasing. So this is kind of a placeholder for the landscaping scope, because we'll have to get into more detail later to see what is actually removed and how much we have to replace. But we will be replacing the landscape in kind with some new shade trees for the parking, some new ornamental trees for the garden, and perennials, grasses, and shrubs. And there's some character images to the left and right to give you an idea of what they look like. And then I think lastly, let me touch on the site lighting. I didn't really talk about these in the different areas, but we have 3 fixtures for the entire site. There's a couple recessed wall or step lights to illuminate pathways. And then we have some bollard lights in the 2 new courtyards. and we have some pole lights that will be in the parking lot. All these fixtures are dark sky compliant, downlighting. We don't have any light spill over the property lines. And these are, just simple, sleek fixtures. The pole lights are actually similar to what's used at the new New Canaan Library. So you're probably familiar with that. And then I think that's it for me. Any questions, or we can move on to the next one.
I think we have some questions.
Okay.
Forget your mic.
Thank you for the reminder. It's Commissioner Chris, a couple questions on the landscaping. First, I'm pleased that there's a large number of native plants. I'm not sure what you mean by adaptive. As a cynical man, it sounds like a code word for something else, so I'm not sure what you really mean.
Well, non-native plants that are suitable for the environment. So they're not invasive, they're not overly aggressive, and they're appropriate for the site.
Mhm. I did notice some ginkgo trees, which I will admit I'm not a fan of. There's certainly other options, and also with, for example, lilacs, which are not, it's what's from Kazakhstan, as I remember, native range. Mountain laurel, which is about the same size, which is a state flower, were not included. So I'll just mention that in passing. But I was pleased that some of the plants are ones you don't see very often, such as milkweed, which of course is essential for the monarchs, and Joe Pye weed, and a lot of sort of kind of native wildflowers, for lack of a better term, that tend to be quite helpful. So I was pleased to see that, because frankly, we rarely see those. You mentioned pollinators also. Are you on the pollinator pathway? You are. You could talk about that. I'd be grateful.
I didn't specifically mention that, but a goal of Russ and the Waveney group and the whole design team, we wanted to create in that back corner. That's really the most natural setting and peaceful. And we really wanted to do something a little different. We had a little bit more room there, and we're recreating the wetlands, and we were able to, just have a palette of all these plant materials, and that was the best spot for it. And then we started to bring that theme around to the front along the parking lot as well, so that it wasn't just one spot on the site, but to have it meander around the building.
Also, I think it was Mr. Barksdale mentioned that one of the reasons for the or behind landscaping choices, design, the amount, et cetera, if I understood you correctly, sir, is that it's supportive for healing for your patients. And so I'm wondering if you could talk about how some of the landscaping choices have four-season appeal, since it's not just, well, it's nice for 3 weeks in the spring and then it's a little drab, since I would assume you want the appeal throughout the year. I did see some, such as witch hazel, which of course blooms in the autumn, which is unusual. But if you could speak to really how you design that to address some of the medicinal issues of the facility, be helpful.
Yeah, so I mean, we're going to use a combination of materials: evergreen, deciduous, seasonal flowers, or winter interest in there. But I will say this: we are still at a approvals level planting design, and there are some finer details that we need to look into and get into later to come up with a final planting plan as this design develops. And that's those are some of the things that we're thinking of, especially in that healing garden area and the front entry, because that's going to be visible 12 months out of the year. And that's really important to us and the Waveney team to get that right.
I would just, as you sort of finalize your thinking, I would suggest you may want to consider some of the truly exotic trees, again, ginkgos, which I do not like. There are ones that have similar conformation that are native that tend to be pretty robust and work well. So,
so those are,
consider those in your final work.
That you're speaking of, those are the ones in the healing garden and the front entry. So we were looking for something more upright, more narrow, and architectural, because it's a tight space. But we'll definitely consider other options.
Those are my questions.
Thanks. Anybody else on landscape?
Yeah, I have one on lands. One of the things that's nice about the way it's set today is you don't see it. right? There's a lot of trees, it's a low building, you drive past, you don't even notice it. The new building looks very much, very modern, like an office building, doesn't necessarily, in my opinion, set well in the area. So when you look at your landscaping plan, how dense is it going to be from the street to the building? How much are you going to actually be able to see?
Can we go to the elevation drawing from Farm Road? If you drive by Farm Road, you're absolutely correct. We have, I don't want to estimate the height. It has to be more than 20 feet tall. But as you're going down Farm Road, most of those evergreens there completely block the entire building, and it completely blocks even the second story onto the Village of Memory Care. So it is only in specific, that's an example there, but if you even drove past, there's a row of evergreens that start at that entrance that lead all the way almost to the shot put area. So driving by, it was our design and our, support of our architectural design is to keep it below that tree line. So that was extremely important to us. And it was extremely important when we were presenting to our neighbors that building is still going to be closed, and it's going to be curved and not be able to be seen by our neighbors that are on the other side of Farm Road. That was extremely important, as we're, making sure that we had the blackout shades that we utilize now in our skilled nursing facilities. But if you drive by now, I will tell you, you can't see the second floor of the Village at all once you get past that entranceway.
The proposed second floor of what you're
No,
saying.
the existing second floor, you remember the memory care unit is already 2 stories high. That sits there behind the Sawtooth, the 1970 Sawtooth. That's the nursing school. So it is already 2 stories there with the memory care unit, and you can't see that when you get to the tree line.
Yeah, and that's why we were planning to plant a few additional trees to fill in. There are a couple gaps, but there's really not that many. I think the site also benefits from those trees are actually elevated too. They're not at the road level, so they're even taller.
And to the commissioner's report, I asked them to go over the top, right? So it is very important as we're talking about healing, mental health, and rehab, for people to get outside, and butterflies, for those of you that are familiar with hospice and renewal and things of that nature, hummingbirds, redbirds, that really has, a very strong meaning to seniors and residents to see. And it is important that these are shielded from Farm Road, which they are. They're more into nature, and we challenge them to have that pollinator and to bring those insects and the birds and everything into those spaces. So if they're, and we're open book, as I hope everyone can appreciate. If there are specific recommendations, through our extremely talented town planner, please make those, because we want to be over the top. Our residents deserve that, and we want to provide that.
Can I build on your question, Sean? Are you?
Please. Go.
Okay, well, so first of all, I really appreciate the landscaping plan. It's a wonderful plan and creates a lot of vitality to the space, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into the lighting, et cetera, and not creating the heat islands and the way you've designed the parking. It seems very conscientious and thoughtful. So I did have a couple of ideas that I wanted to just put out there that struck me. So I have 2 family members in aging care, not at Waveney, but similar locations, and it can be a stressful environment. And I happen to be a neighbor. I live up Old Stamford, a little out of the impact zone, and I know you live nearby as well. So what I was curious about was, how do you integrate this landscape plan into the landscape plan? To my mind, seems a little insular. I understand that they're memory care patients, and you have to respect the safety of those individuals. But for visitors that go to the site, it seems kind of a missed opportunity to me that the site, while being within Waveney, doesn't have any sort of pedestrian connectivity to Waveney, either through the back of the site or through the front of the site. For example, the walk from your house or my house to the site requires 2 crosswalks, but those crosswalks don't actually result in a sidewalk. And so the sidewalk that you have out of the front door dumps into the street, which sort of seems a little, lackluster. So I guess my question would be, or at least posed to your team, is there a potential connectivity at the back of the site through the school to connect to the trails, such that you can have visitors go there? And then the other thing that you mentioned was adding additional parking per the regs. One of the things that this commission considered with the Catholic Church built out was that the regs were relatively overparked. So noticed you had 30 beds added and 30 spaces added, and the traffic engineer said the increased traffic car trips was between 7 and 8 additional car trips. So I thought adding 30 spaces for additional 7 or 8 car trips per day seems generous. So I wasn't sure if you were being constrained by our regs that we could potentially, given you're up against the, when I counted the beds in total, you went from 129 to 159. If I counted 35, 40, and 53 studio, I guess, I don't know how you count them, but point being, I was curious as to, resident to employee ratio and parking ratios to understand how you got to the 165 and whether that was need-based or reg-based.
It was reg-based. And this came up several times. I wish we had more visitors, right? I wish that more of our residents had visitors during the day. Regrettably, we don't. We have a lot of residents who do not see their family members as frequently as we like, and we actually become the de facto family member. We treat them as family, and we take that very personal and provide that care. And you're absolutely right. I mean, I live in Old Stamford Road. I received notice from 500 feet to show up to the meeting. I would love to have sidewalk to go. My wife would love if I walked to work. But we don't. And to add to your other point, we do have school kids come. We have high school kids come. We have a volunteer program. So we have a lot of that multi-generational events that occur. When we made it too easy, and this goes back into history, when we made it too easy for the schools and others from the track to actually walk and integrate, we found that everyone was parking in our parking lot. And we actually had to contact the police department because people were parking there, walking up the little incline, using the shot put area there, or just walking the park or getting on the backside of the soccer field. And that was problematic at times. So we wanted to create a little bit of a shield, if you will, so that people just weren't, all these individuals were parking on our side and then just walking up that little incline to use the track. So it is a balance. I will give you that. We would love to have more visitors come and visit our residents, especially those that are in rehab and everything. But at the same time, we wanted to be able to make it easily accessible for our visitors, and moving that parking to the front of the building, we thought was the best way to do that.
Okay, no, thank you for those thoughtful comments. I understand. I think it is a balance that could be considered, giving access to, the greater Waveney zone at the backside, or connecting at least to that crosswalk. Because I do feel that, speaking personally, I find it, can be mentally challenging visiting a relative that is in dementia care, and having the ability to walk through the park, takes the edge off it, honestly. It can be quite upsetting. So I think having that connectivity may be worth the risk of the parking
filtration.
Look, it is an excellent point. You have, as you probably know, you have different stages of dementia and Alzheimer's care, and we specialize in those stages. You have individuals that become isolated. You have also individuals that are complete walkers, and so you create this pathway, this circular pathway, the wandering garden, as everyone refers to. We have this huge main street, but we want to
I
create.
was talking more about the visitors' mental health than the actual patient's.
I understand that, and that's why we really challenge them to create these inner gardens, if you will, so that when they come and visit their loved one, they actually have a place where they can go and feel like they're in a park-like setting as compared to out in the parking lot or being on a sidewalk. It is an excellent point.
Okay, no, thanks. That I had some other things, but I'll hold back.
Is it going to be on parking?
So I mean, I just would, if you are on regs and if you are performing to regulations, I'd like to understand what your desired outcome would be. If you would, you know, if the landscape designer said, oh, I really wish we could only do 160 instead of 165, or if we could do 158, it would just make things a lot easier for us. You know, I encourage you to talk to us about that, because I think, you know, we looked favorably on that at St. Aloysius, where they were able to install islands where they put trees to help prevent the heat island effect. And that was, they thought they were constrained because of a reg that was relatively dated, and we were able to alleviate that concern.
So I'll just jump in to clarify. This is a different situation than the church, because the church was not expanding parking. That lot had been approved back in the 60s, and they were, you know, not really changing the use. They were building new structures. This is new parking that they're creating, so they are required to meet our island requirements for planning materials, which they do so. So I just want to clarify that this is slightly different and we can't alter the regs. They do have to meet the regulations at a minimum, whether we feel that they're over parked or not.
So what are the regulations?
It's 1 space per 5 beds and at least 1 space per 2 employees and associated professional personnel.
1 space per 5 beds?
Yes.
So they have 159 beds. So that would be 30 spaces. Okay, I just, because what I heard, okay.
I'm not here to challenge the regs. I'm just looking at it from an operations standpoint, and we think this meets our needs for visitors, for our community to come in and participate, volunteering and things of that nature, for our schools to come in and provide therapeutic recreation for multi-generational. And as we look at, we've been studying this and kicking this around for a year now.
Well, I guess my question is now.
I didn't want you to.
You're saying that you desire to have 165 spaces.
We feel very comfortable with the design layout and the number of
I
spaces
wasn't
we
sure,
have.
because you mentioned that you were reg constrained, meaning that you were, well, I interpreted that meaning you were adding more spaces than you needed because the
No,
reg
sir.
was telling you to.
I'm sorry if I gave you that impression. That was not the case. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have.
So I want to keep this going. Is parking the next topic?
It is.
All right, good. I think we have parking questions.
Hello, everybody. Greg Del Rio, professional engineer in the state of Connecticut, director of transportation engineering for Hardesty in Hanover. And we conducted the traffic and parking assessment for the Waveney expansion. So wait till we get the slides going. I'm going to start off with just our quick, this is just showing the inventory that we conducted of existing conditions. We always start out with that to understand the lay of the land and the sort of the regulations and the available lanes and the capacity, and identify crosswalks, sidewalks, and the signalized intersections or other traffic controls, both adjacent and in and out of the facility itself. Next slide. We conducted traffic counts back in December, and that's what's shown here. These are the volumes at Farm and Old Stamford Road, and it's the top box is showing the morning The middle box is showing right up at school let out period. And then sort of the evening peak is to the lower right. And I won't go through the volumes, but those are the traffic counts that we conducted. So those are peak hour counts. Can you zoom in? I can't. I'm going to move over here so I can see a little better. So this is trip generation, showing what the additional trips to the network estimated. And we did it both ways. This is based on the ITE trip generation manual, which is the standard for estimating trips for any land use. And because this is sort of a unique mix of uses, it's not pure beds, it has a lot of other activities that happen within the facility. And the care and the beds is only part of it. So we looked at proposed assisted living as one comparable, and then a proposed nursing home as the other comparable. And then we took the higher of the trip generation from either one of those land uses. That's why you see the top shaded in green for the morning and the afternoon. And then the nursing home generates a few more trips on the Saturday. So we utilize that one for the Saturday trip generation. So we were always being conservative with the amount of trips being being generated. So you can see 5 extra trips, 3 in and 2 out in the morning, 3 out, 3 in and 4 out in the afternoon. That's the evening peak. And then 6 and 5 additional trips on the Saturday midday. So those trips were assigned. Next slide. And this shows the assignment of those trips. Again, to be conservative, we assumed we put all the trips to Farm and Stamford. So we didn't even break up lefts and rights coming in and out of the thing, just to be conservative, because these volumes are so small that I wouldn't even have a 1 on some of these approaches if I didn't send them all to Farm Road. So you can this just shows the assignment of the trips coming in and out for those same 3 peak hours. And that gets added to existing traffic. Next slide. So just zoom into the yellow on the far right, which compares. So what we do is we take existing counts, we grow the background, we grow those counts to 2 years from now. So when the facility is open and opening day, that's our background existing traffic. And then we add the couple of trips that the facility is going to generate once it's expanded. And what this is showing here is the comparison of 2026 without the expansion and with the expansion. And each one of those columns where it says change in LOS, that means level of service. Those are the A, B, C, D, E, Fs. And you can see that there's no change on any of the approaches or movements due to the additional traffic. And you can see what, the additional delays. Southbound in the morning is an additional 4 seconds average delay that everybody sees. And if you're familiar with the area, the southbound on Old Stamford does get a little busy in the morning. And that's really about it as far as the traffic goes. So no impacts is the bottom line. And then the next slide, we talk about parking. So we conducted parking counts in the summer of 2024. And we broke it out by the different areas because they're kind of used by different users. So we wanted to make sure we were capturing, the whole picture. So that's the areas. And we had somebody go around and actually count occupied and vacant spaces every single hour during the day. And that's the next slide. And this shows the accumulation during the day. So starting at 7 a.m., there were 53 spaces occupied and so on. Right in the middle of the day was the peak demand. That's occupied spaces of 131 spaces. And the current supply is 145. So, at the middle of the day, there was about 14 empty spaces available for parking. Go next slide. So we do our parking generation and we add the trips, and we have a total of 143 is the new demand. So the new demand is estimating 12 more spaces to be occupied in the middle of the day for a future occupancy of 143. And then the supply is 175 spaces, the 30 more spaces that they're providing. So basically, this is illustrating that there's adequate supply of parking for the estimated future demands. I think that's it.
All right, hold on. Okay. You can see everybody wants to jump. Mr. Cruz, you can go first, then we'll.
Thank you.
down
A
the
couple, start with the traffic questions. I would think you're often a shift business where people come in at the same time. I'm thinking of traffic issues I've seen, and used to be in Detroit when everyone was still working in union jobs and cars. It'd be very crowded at odd times in the day because it was shift work. So I'm thinking, how do you think of this shift work issue in a 24/7 facility when looking at traffic counts and congestion and so on?
Right, I'm not exactly sure where you're going with that, but I think what you're saying is maybe there's some traffic being generated off-peak hours?
Well, and you're near a shift business too, which is a school where you have some very strong peak times. You know, do they overlap? How should we be thinking about that? It seems to be different than
We have 3 shifts. We go from 7 to 3:30, 3 to 11:30, and then 11 to 7:30. So our shifts, our staff are usually well in and coming in the opposite direction on Old Stanford Road than kind of the people heading towards the Merritt. So as they're coming in, they're already in our parking lot and already working when the school buses are running and when deliveries. So we looked at that. We looked at when we're looking at the traffic study, whether or not we needed to adjust our shifts. And we realized that, 7 a.m. people getting in at 6:30, 6:45 actually, works out very well. And again, they're coming in the opposite direction. For those of us who live in Old Stanford Road, we know that, at least I know, that light on Farm in Old Stanford can back up to my house at times. Our cars coming into work are coming in the opposite direction and making that right-hand turn. So plus the fact getting there at 6:45 in the morning, which is God bless them. I'm not a morning person, but they're coming in the opposite direction and so forth. It has not been a problem with traffic.
regarding parking. Does the current parking lot have any EV chargers? If so, how many and what level? And are you anticipating installing EV chargers in the new parking lot, given new spaces? If so, how many and what level?
It's another great question. I'm going to back up just a second, but I will get to your answer. The first is that we want to be very responsive. We have a lot of, and not to promote, because I know I have big Chevy supporters in the audience. We have a lot of people that use Teslas and Volts and things of that nature. We've not been asked by any of our staff at all, even though we have a lot of staff that use that for any charging stations. Is something that we can look at. Our one generator that we have, and we've gone from oil to gas now. We've been a lot more efficient. Our solar panels are generating anywhere between, depending on the time of year, 20% of our energy to 35% of our energy. And we hedge our electric bills in order to save, because as you know, Medicare is not increasing our rates by 7-8%, and the cost of electricity in our state is that, well, I won't get off on my personal views on that, but controlling cost is very important to us. But we have a lot of people that use vehicles, and we've polled our staff, and they've not asked us to install those. If we get to that point, we'd be happy to do that over near our generator area to install rechargeable units. So again, as I hope that the commission has seen, you know, we want to be responsive in this is our town, and we take great pride in it, from the design to reducing our carbon footprint to everything that we do and we look at for our employees. The reason we have the lowest turnover in our industry is because that we realize that our reputation, our 5 stars, is based upon our staff and our nursing school generating the next generation of nurses. So if they come to me and say, we need some charging units, you know darn well, hopefully you all know, I'm going to put those charging units in there. But so far, it hasn't been requested from our staff, even though we've polled them. We have an ambassador group that represents our staff, and it hasn't been an issue thus far. But it's a great question.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to do a couple of housekeeping things because it is 10:30. Mr. Sweeney, is that your is that most of your presentation?
Yes.
There was, okay. Commissioners, who else had questions?
We committed
to
hearing from them.
Yeah, I know, I understand. That's why I'm trying to see how many questions we had, so. Okay, a couple of questions on there. So what I'd like to do, if you guys can hold your questions for a couple minutes, is see if there's anyone in the audience that wanted to speak on this application, because it is getting late, and then we'll resume asking our questions until about 11 o'clock. So do we have anyone in the room tonight that was here to speak on this application? Okay. Is there anybody on Zoom? If you're on, I'm sorry, sir. Do you want to speak? Yeah, come on up. You can either sit at this desk in front of us or over there. Although there are people crawling on the floor, so. Please turn the microphone on. You just, yeah, push the button.
Push,
There you
okay.
go. You're good.
Christopher Carlo, I'm a neighbor off Farm Road on Grace Street. As a member of the community, it's a great facility. We look forward to seeing it improved and increased so that we can absolutely have more of our family members participate in the facility. Being a close neighbor, though, I do have an observation that Mr. Benton criticized somewhat, that it is somewhat of an industrial building, and it does not have the look and feel of what I would consider something that would be in Waveney Park. It is somewhat stark, it is somewhat industrial. However, in the color too. That being said, if that's the color and we get the improvement, sure. But just look and feel to what it means to being in such a natural setting besides the school. The school has a sandstone color, and then you have on the opposite end something that'd be very stark. So just observation. But I thought it'd be more critical of the plan being a neighbor, and I thought it was very good. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in the room? Please come up. Please state your name and address for the record.
Lonsby, and my family is on Grace Street also, neighbor of Chris's. And just seeing the building from Farm Road really changes the ambiance of the neighborhood. If that could be screened completely, like that picture they showed that we got in the mail or looked up online, you can see the building, and it really changes the whole feel of that area. I also have a concern about I know the traffic study, they explain there's not a lot of traffic, but there's a lot of emergency vehicles. And 30 more beds means more sirens going off. And lastly, I don't know if this is directed towards Waveney or something I just wanted to mention, because one of the gentlemen brought up that he was looking up regulations for that area from years ago. And my family has lived there since 1950. And we know well how that's changed. There was no high school. The lady that donated that property, Mrs. Lapham, actually said there can be no football fields, no lights, no disturbances to the Gray Street neighbors. And you can see over the years how that's changed. So I just have a concern that they want to build another level. That's, I get it. I love Waveney. My dog and I did pet therapy there, so I love the facility, but I'm really concerned that no matter what goes on that property, it's yes, 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 all the time. And I think it would suit us well to really think about the requests and keep that property how it was intended years ago, which I know that ship has sailed, but I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? If anybody on Zoom is interested in speaking, you can raise your Zoom hand and Sarah will let me know. Okay. All right. Well, if there's not further comment at this moment, we will continue with commissioner questions. So I didn't see you before. All right. I saw Eric and Alan first. Now you're third. All right. So go ahead, Mr. Knowles. And
Yeah, my first question was for the traffic engineer. Did I see that presentation correctly that you only did counts on weekday? Parking counts were only on a weekday.
Correct.
Why did you not do a weekend?
We weren't scoped to do that. I'm not sure if that's the peak period. Maybe they can explain what the weekend situation is like.
Right. I would just think if visitors are coming on the weekend, that might be another.
We're informed was during the week.
Okay.
Sorry. Our office staff, from accounting standpoint, our management team, or Monday through Friday. So our peak from our staffing standpoint is Monday through Friday. So a significant part of our group, if you will, from our accounting to our management, finance staff, and are not there on the weekends. And if for anyone that goes by on the weekends, there's a tremendous amount of parking available to us. So day shift is more populated, the parking lot, but it's always Monday through Friday.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Swartha.
Yes, first of all, thank you for this very comprehensive presentation. Very well done on all levels and integrated in a way that I like to see these presentations integrated. Before I give you my comments, I was listening to what people said, and I do think you need to take your immediate neighbors' interests into extreme consideration when you're finalizing the project. So while my comments might be different, the neighbors' comments are more important. My comments, and I think everything about this project is brilliant. I think the design, the plan, the landscape, and everything else that was presented tonight works beautifully. I love the building. I love the use of terracotta and wood. Terracotta is a beautiful material. So my question to the architects is that while you indicated terracotta, you said you think you'll be using terracotta. You weren't committed on that. And when you talked about wood, you said a wood-like substance. So you didn't commit to wood either. So if you can just clarify those two issues for me, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, Greg Biancardi with Menta Emma Architects. Our desire is to use terracotta. Obviously, there's some constraints sometimes in terms of budget, but we're really focusing on natural materials. we realize that Waveney is, around a wetland area. It's in a wooded area, and we really want to do something that works with that. Only reason we're saying might be is, cost reasons. Regarding the wood-like material, we would love to use wood. And if we can do it from many, if it's I don't think it's really a cost thing, but sometimes it's a safety thing, then that might make us change. So yes, the feel of it is going to feel like, wood, earth type materials.
Right.
That's our goal. And right now I don't want to speak in terms of.
And I love my neighbors, so I want to say that up front. We sent out invitations and held 3 neighborhood meetings on site and invited everyone and wanted to be very transparent in what we were doing. We wanted to hear from our neighbors, so we had those opportunities to present. As my mother-in-law, moved here when she was 7 years old, but it is hard finding a design that everybody likes. We want to use terracotta. We want to use natural wood. We also want to stay within our budget, and different colors and different shades. You were getting a lot of different opinions, so we're happy to meet with neighbors again and take everyone's input but that is our desire. Our desire is to use terracotta. Hopefully everyone knows and appreciate is the most expensive skin that is out there if you're going to skin a building. So that's what we want to do. We want it to last forever. We want it to be natural. That was our challenge to our architectural firm, to do that. So we want to meet those needs. If he's hedging a little bit, it is because the cost of materials, and we just want to make sure we are limited. This is neither a for-profit nor it is a private pay business for short-term rehab. These are Medicare or Medicare Advantages. So we have a limited budget that we can run into, but our desire is to build something that is going to be there and is going to fit in. Our neighbors are correct. Everyone that in this town knows that when Waveney Park was given to the town or purchased by the town, this section of Waveney Park was set up specifically for healthcare when it was given, and it was segregated, if you will, or blocked off specifically for that healthcare design. We'll do everything in our power we want to be great neighbors, and I hope that we've been good neighbors. I know we've been great stewards of the land that we've been given, and I hope that everyone's proud with the quality of care that we provide. It is subjective though, in terms of, the colors, and we push back and forth. I have a 20-member board to get, and I know this is recorded, so I'm sure they're going to play it back to me. But trying to get those 20 members to agree on the shade of the terracotta is
for time. Let me just
yeah.
put a period at the end of this long paragraph.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're sensitive to this issue.
Sure.
Terracotta can be a very beautiful material. Depends how it's handled, how it's laid, the sizes of the terracotta, whether they're consistent or not consistent, or coplanar or not. What I would suggest is that you do some sample walls and you get your neighbors involved to see what it's all subjective. It's all about what we like. There's no right or wrong here. But if you do a really beautiful, nice job and you bring your neighbors into the process, it might work better for everybody.
We'd love to do that.
But why don't we just move on with the next person?
We'd love to do that.
Mr. Benton?
Just 2 things. One on the traffic. I think the traffic study had a lot of good details. I get concerned that's one of the busiest intersections during the school morning and at the end of the day. Has there been thought to construction vehicles during the project is when they come and go, and how do you keep young drivers safe in a very busy intersection?
So there, there was some thought to that, and it's being offset by all those parkers that are actually going to be off-site and being shuttled in. So there's going to be a lot less trips at the end of the day, because all those, everybody who would be driving there to park is parking off-site, so that
You're talking
immediate area.
employees or construction workers?
Employees and construction workers will be parking off-site, and just the construction vehicles.
What about the timing
mentioning
of
will still be
materials
going
coming in
in.
and all that? How are you handling that?
If you want to, if you want to bring up the map, I mean, we've met with town officials, and I think if you look at, we wanted to keep it away from the school system as much as possible. So we have vehicles coming out of Farm Road, turning left on to Old Stamford Road, and then moving left on to Lapham at that point, and not going, you know, you can't go directly to the Merritt. I think it's the same pathway that the St. A's is using for its vehicles. So we have, do you have that? Do you have that traffic? Yeah, go ahead. Do you have that?
For the record, Leo Carl, longtime town resident and member of the Waveney Board and chair of this building project. From the beginning, that's been one of the core obstacles we've worked at with, we brought a construction management firm on board about 6 months ago to work on the staging that you saw, and also to look at creating shifts for construction workers and traffic as much as possible outside of the 2 peak school windows. I mean, it doesn't work for us as a nonprofit or a business to have traffic going into a heat of a congested period. You want them coming in right before that or leaving right after it. So the bulk of the construction traffic will happen before, they'll be on site before school traffic starts. The anticipated arrival of construction workers is like 7 a.m. And they'll be parking, the bulk of the workers will park off-site unless they have work trucks that they need to be using on the site. There's space for a certain number of commercial trucks on the site within those red marked off areas. But the bulk of them will be shuttled. And you figure that the shuttle van will take, I'll say an average of 7 or 8, as much as 10 to 12 people in one trip. That eliminates 10 or 12 car trips. So you have one van replacing 8 or 10 car trips at any given time. So that'll help, but there'll be some construction truck traffic for limited periods. There's not a lot of material that has to be trucked off site, but there'll be some, and they'll try to work outside of the school traffic hours.
Do you have a window when you expect the project to start? And is it during the school year or is it during the summer months?
Depending on approval process, it will take, I think our timeline is, it'll take about roughly 9 months to get construction drawings completed and bidding process. So we're hoping to break ground late this fall, and then complete that first phase of site work as much as possible over the winter and into the spring. The bulk of construction starts. It's about a 24 to 27 month window, start to finish. But the first phase is about 4 to 5 months. So that would take us through the bulk of the school year, probably.
So I think my only recommendation is plans are great, execution always changes.
Obviously.
And I've been in that intersection a lot with the kids. I would not want to see a whole bunch of construction traffic at that hour, morning or afternoon.
Yeah.
And then on the design, I think the design is beautiful. I think everybody's has design ideas that are their own. To me, I don't think it fits Waveney. So if that is the design that kind of goes forward, then I would just definitely ask for a lot more screening.
So I'll just take another minute to talk about design aesthetics, because that was something over the past year. We looked at a lot of different materials. And one of the things that meant to Emma did early on, which we didn't want to take time tonight, but they did a whole architectural study of buildings in New Canaan, blending with nature. It's in a park. And it was felt that that material really blended nicely. It gave some vertical lines. It didn't make it look like a big bulking structure in comparison to some other things we looked at. There are a lot of shades of that terracotta material. And I will admit, I've seen the actual samples of the terracotta, and the images that you see on the screens and printed in plans don't do it justice. It's got some variations to it. It's a really nice material. And I do think it blends in more than most materials that I've seen in terms of the way it blends into the site. But we can look at different tones of it. And I will also go back to the comments made about Lapham. If you read the history of Waveney, Ruth Lloyd Lapham, the first philanthropic thing she did was grant that corner of the Lapham estate for senior health care. She had a personal interest in seeing that seniors were taken care of. And in the history of that property, I think it's Mary Louise King wrote a book, and there's a chapter pretty much about that. Origins of that corner was designated for senior health care. And then a little after that, she designated part of the property for school, and then the rest for public use. So there's some history. She had intentional reasoning about what would be put on that property within certain boundaries. And a lot of it was protected open space, but anyways.
All right, commissioners, we're bumping up against 11 o'clock, so I want to keep us moving. I don't think we're going to close this application tonight, nor do I think we're going to vote on it. So I want to just, I think we've already given them a sense of some of our thoughts and ideas and, you know, anything that we want them to consider. But if there's anything further that you would want to see at the February meeting.
This is Chairman Radman.
Oh,
okay. I would like to understand better the light fixtures and the illumination at the entryway on the exterior of the building. I don't think any of the renderings represented what a nighttime view would be, and they don't really show any particular light fixtures, downlights, cans, uplights, whatever it might be. I think that's a really important element of the facade and how it's going to present itself to the neighborhood at night.
Anybody else?
Sorry, Dan Radman again. One more thing, just to not to keep dwelling on the terracotta discussion, but if there's a cost concern and a different material is selected, that would significantly affect the overall look, design, and modulation of that facade. There are very few other materials out there that they can achieve this look with, having done terracotta on some of my own projects. So if it's not going to be terracotta, I'd like to know now what the alternate materials would be, because they could be successful, could be, you know, not as successful with an alternate material.
Come back to us.
I had a couple of questions for them to take away.
Okay.
So just to wrap it up on the parking side, because I think I dwelled on that a little heavily. I do think it'd be helpful for you to help us understand if the parking expert recommended 143, why you're going for 175. Because it is in the concert, you know, we are supposed to balance conservation and development, and you are in Waveney. So the idea of just having an extra 30 spots when you're already over coverage and you're over impervious seems a little over. So if you could help, you know, for example, if you were to say, hey, this is our first phase and we're going to actually double the rest of the height of the building in the next phase, we're actually over parking now because we're actually going to expand to a third floor in the rest of the building. And so that's our ratio. That's our rationale for over parking by 35 spots. And taking up this wetlands because it's hard to defend otherwise. And then if you could help us understand what those impervious coverage measurements are from a ratio and what the fill amount is. And then the last thing I was just going to mention, if you could mention pedestrian circulation in and out of the site, because there is none right now. like the sidewalk dumps into the, just understand what that looks like. And then great, the power and efficiency, is it going for a lead level? Because it seemed like based on the heat pumps and the solar, I was just curious if there are any sort of overarching
designation.
Okay.
We,
I know
as a nonprofit organization, speaking from the board's perspective, as Russ mentioned, there's a budget that we established. There's a certain amount of debt we're going to take on to do this project, and there's a certain amount of philanthropy that we're going to look to raise to fund this. And we didn't want a specific lead requirement to dictate everything we had to do, but we made an intentional effort to do as much as possible in terms of sustainability. And I think we've achieved some things that we might not have had to do for LEED, but maybe missed a few other check boxes. But I think in the end, it's a good balance. So thank you.
Commissioners, any questions or thoughts you want to give the applicant on the text amendment? It doesn't have to be, but I just want to make sure we cover that too.
Yeah. I think, I don't know, I just have, I might have lost it, but I think it said, did it say new permanent building? Right, this is an existing building? I don't know why it said new. It would the text amendment would apply to a new building and not an existing building. Maybe I just crossed out of it, so.
Sorry, Mr. Knowles, what are you speaking to?
Let me just pull it up, hold on. Yeah, it's
It says for a new permanent
for a
building.
new permanent building for a nonprofit, but this is an existing building. And so I don't know why that language is in there for a new permanent building. Because I mean, we're not modifying the height.
Probably not important. We wanted to use the not-for-profit because we're using language from elsewhere in the text, because that's the nature of the approved use within the zone. The use of the word permanent.
Or exist, I mean, it's an existing, building, it's not a new building.
The addition is a new building, yeah, but
It's, I mean, it's an enlargement of an existing building. It's not a new building itself, right? So theoretically, if you were to get this approved, you couldn't apply to you because it's because this is a special permit to allow the enlargement of an existing building for a nonprofit community facility use.
we can wordsmith that a little bit. I'm happy to do
That's my
that.
only comment, yeah.
The other, I'll defer to you, but what's the value of 2.5 stories in the commercial application versus 3 stories? I don't know why we'd say 2.5 stories versus 3.
I mean, that's, I think, what we do in the residential districts, but I don't know.
That is. So 2.5 stories at 40 feet is pretty standard for most of New Canaan residentially zoned properties. 3 stories is only really allowed in the commercial zone, so just standard.
And it's in the existing reg, except in one provision, I think schools are allowed, or educational facilities are allowed to go, I think, 3 stories. So I think there's a ability to go higher for that particular use.
Mhm.
And we didn't adopt that.
Okay. So this application's continued. Are you good with where we landed tonight? Do you have any questions for us? Are you
I
clear?
think we captured everything in the summary that we just did. And we'll be prepared to, we'll probably just go right to these questions when we come back.
Yeah, I think that's great. Okay, thank you so much for all of your time this evening and bringing all your experts. All right, so next is time to make decisions so that we can go home. All right, so yes, the next item on the agenda is deliberation and any possible action on a closed public hearing item. The only one we have is 884 Smith Ridge Road, which is the lit batting cage. So let's talk about this and what we want to do. Yeah, does anyone want to just start with a motion or do we want to talk?
I think that's the way to start.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I would just put it on the floor.
Sorry, could we just ask that everyone that's speaking, please exit so we could finish deliberations without any background noise?
All right, makes it hard for the people on Zoom.
It seems that as we had to close the application and as in my view, there seemed to be a lot of unclosed items to the application and some fairly heated debate between the applicants and their neighbors and what seemed to be a very sliding scale of applicants' abilities to comply with asks. I think it's hard for me to feel good about endorsing the application as it sits today, as it's submitted. So I would motion to not approve the idea of adding lights to the batting cage because I think the applicant hasn't in their proposal shown the willingness to mitigate that. And it's been over a year and this has been quite extended.
Okay,
I'll
all
second that.
right, Mr. Swerdlow seconds it.
I would just say generally, I would underscore that by saying after a year, it shouldn't be the place of the P and Z Commission to be negotiating with the applicant over 9:30 versus 10 o'clock versus 8 o'clock. Well, why don't you try this? Well, why don't we try that? I mean, I really feel like the applicant puts us in a position where we're negotiating finer points on, well, would you accept this from this proposal from the neighbor if he made it? And I just say this to all applicants out there. Don't put us in a position where you're asking us to get creative with you to solve your problems. That's all I want to say.
But I think to that point, and while I agree with all the sentiment and the problems, I asked the applicant, would you agree with the conditions in the neighbor letter, the 3 conditions stated in the neighbor letter, notwithstanding what he said when he testified in person, but with those 3 conditions in the letter, the applicant said that, yes, we would accept those 3 conditions. The 9:30, the 10-foot evergreen in the center, and I think the screening of all the lights. So with those conditions, that he accepted to get this over the hurdle, I would be inclined to approve because those were the conditions set forth by the one neighbor who testified against the project.
Okay, well, so we have a motion out there that's been seconded. I'm sorry, who seconded it? Oh, Swerdlow did. And I will just add before we vote that in terms of a rationale for denial, one of our decision criteria for a special permit is that the proposed use or activity shall have no adverse effect upon the neighboring area resulting from the use of signs, artificial lights, colored lights of any nature, flashing lights, loudspeakers, or other noise-making devices. And it sounds to me from what I've heard that there are issues on the neighboring area caused by the lights. So I think we could rely upon that.
And noise.
And noise. But let's take a vote and see if this motion carries. And if not, maybe we'll go a different direction. So we're voting on a motion for denial. So you can just say yes if you're in agreement with voting for denial. Mr. Benton?
Yes.
Mr. Engel?
Yes.
Mr. Herring?
Yes.
Mr. Knag?
Yes.
Mr. Knowles?
No.
Mr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Nielsen, I vote yes. Mr. Radman?
Yes.
And Mr. Swerdlow?
Yes.
So this application is
Just
denied.
removed a few of the.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is administrative actions or any other matters that come before the commission. Sir, do you want to talk about this? You want me to do it?
Sorry, I'm just making a note of the vote really quick. Sorry, what?
You want me to talk about the zoning regulation subcommittee? It says town planner in parentheses. I just wanted to not take
Sure,
that
you're
from you.
you're
Okay.
welcome to start.
So we need to appoint people to zoning regulation subcommittee, as you guys, I think all know, after we finish the POCD, a lot of the recommendations, I think something like 50% of the recommendations in the POCD come down to making changes to our zoning regulations, which haven't been updated since 2007,
2005 technically, but
Okay,
yeah.
2005. So that's something that the commission wants to undertake starting this year, and we would like a subcommittee to support that process, just like we had a subcommittee to support the POCD process. We've talked about this a little bit in meetings. 5 people have raised their hands to be on the subcommittee. Those people are Tom Benton, Eric Knowles, John Kriz, myself, and Dan Radman.
I've raised my hand.
Oh, okay. Sarah, can we take more people or do we want to have an alternate?
So, sorry, did you send me an email about that? I didn't see that. Oh, okay.
I thought I did.
Okay.
And I told the chairman.
Gotcha. So, I mean, that is really up to the commission and how many people they want on the subcommittee or.
Okay. I know with the POCD subcommittee, we had, I think Chairman Radman served as an alternate so that we always would have enough people at a meeting. So I mean, one issue with having 6, right, is 3-3, you have a tie vote, but if we use the 6th person as an alternate, then it's not really an issue.
Yeah, so if someone's willing to be an alternate and not have a vote unless someone's absent, then 6 is fine. With the note of, obviously, these are all just general decisions the subcommittee's making. Everything at the end of the day has to be approved by the full committee. So it's not like a final vote. But.
Okay. Do we have to determine tonight who the alternate is, or we?
I guess not.
Okay. All right. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the 6 people I just named, John Engel now being added.
Well, as one of the people not on it, I would like to make a motion to approve those.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So we now have a subcommittee and
we want to set a meeting date.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
do you want to be in touch or you want to set a meeting date?
Up to you guys. I can talk about it now or I can send out an email. But generally speaking, the week of February 17th, the meeting rooms are pretty available. After that, there are a lot of budget meetings and we have commission meetings. So if we don't meet the week of February 17th, probably can't meet until the week of March 10th. So
the week of the
President's Day
17th
weekend.
is, yeah, the kids are off from school. I could actually do the 17th or the 18th.
the 17th town hall's closed,
It's a holiday.
Right. Okay.
President's Day.
I believe is open.
I guess I might be the only one with children in public school here, so. it's just
Cool with
my
any of these
problem.
days.
I could do the 18th if that works.
I too, but I'm not on this.
Okay.
I
Dan,
can-
does the 18th work for you?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, all right. Let's target that then.
Okay, for the subcommittee.
Yep.
All right, I will reconfirm in an email. Other commissioners obviously are welcome to listen in. We'll talk more about the plan, but it will probably just be a lot of me talking about the zoning regulations to kind of get consensus before I finalize an RFP.
Okay. Sounds good.
Do you have a sense for time for that?
It'll be 7 o'clock. We will keep it under 2 hours.
We're almost holding our promises tonight. It's 11:08. Okay, the next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from December 17th. They're in 2 batches because we broke it into a special meeting and the regular meeting. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
All right, so that was Chris and Knowles. And do I need to take a motion to adjourn, Sarah? All right,
It's fine. It doesn't matter.
meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.